Good morning to everybody. This is one of the last, let's say, important moment of this big project that started in 2019 and see us ending with our face covered by mask. That is part of the project Cultural Heritage as International Curriculum. And it's my pleasure to open this conference that we as partner from University of L'Aquila decided to, I hope that you hear my voice clearly, despite the mask, that we decided to devote it to a specific topic that is pre-disaster planning for urban cultural heritage that nowadays, even in disasters like pandemic, is quite important. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you two of my colleagues in this adventure, Professor Donato Di Ludovico, because actually I'm a member of University of L'Aquila. The other one is Professor Dr. Elama Esbetama, that is our main coordinator from Poland. And I also welcome our keynote speaker for this today's session, that is Dr. Rohit Yukatsu from ICRAM. And I would like to thank also architect Daniela Meyer, that is one of our chair to be here. And of course, my thanks to Laura Pistida, that will be the coordinator of the day, as she has on the, let's say, the important room.
Good morning to all. I'm Donato Di Ludovico, and I'm with Paola, the local organizer of the University of L'Aquila of this conference. And today we have a big number of intervention, and I have an idea. This intervention is very, very innovative because the theme is double. Is the pre-disaster and planning and the prevention that match with the cultural heritage, and this is a news for our team.
For our department, yes. In despite the fact, and we share, as you see, we have to share. Maybe you can just
we are inside the same room. We have a problem.
Okay, so I think that we can start with this first welcome by Dr. Elama.
Welcome, everybody. I hope that you will hear me. And I'm very, very impressed. I'm very happy to stay with you on the conference. The subject of the conference is partially connected with my scientific topic, but it's closely related to the project which was carried out under the Erasmus program, coordinated by University. Now I would like to say some words, key information about the project, which we, as Paola said, developed during the last 2 years. The project was titled European Cities in the Process of Constructing and Transmitting of European Cultural Heritage, International Curriculum for Undergraduate and Master's Students. We had in the project beautiful, perfect, I can see, I say, partnership composed with 4 universities. It was a Spanish university from Bilbao. It was Slovak university from Mainska Bystrica. Of course, Italian university from L'Aquila, and our Jagiellonian University from Krakow, from Poland. The project was dedicated for academic society, for teachers, for students, for professors. And of course, like an indirect target group, there was also teachers, school teachers, and local societies. Why the project was important? We are discussed about heritage, national heritages and European heritage. It was very important because we are talking about culture, about people, about history, about some part of the history, European history, and about this element of heritage in the general world, which, in our opinion, should be saved and passed to the next generations. And the project created a platform for discussing. Of course, in the last year, the COVID pandemic has broken our plan for mobilities, for connecting peoples, for make some good meetings in Europe, but quite all of our activities was done via internet online in the hybrid method. What we are produced, because now we are in the last stage of the project, and I can say that we have produced a lot, really a lot of results. The first one, my result, was European international curriculum for new topic, for new object, for a new module for teaching, students teaching. In each of our universities, it has a little bit different form, but based on the common curriculum, common teaching program. What we done more, it was a lot of teaching materials. It was almost 80 lectures, videos, presentations, films. We wrote a lot of articles. We created a book with some academic part and some part of one part of as a textbook for students. Of course, we are after summer school. Thank you, Paula, for your absolutely big activities in the organization of this summer school. And of course, we are done a lot of conferences, seminars, meetings, international conferences like this one, and local conferences with students, with local society, local government, etc. For not extending the time of welcoming time, I would like only now introduce some information about the project. I would like now to wish you all a good conference and fruitful presentations, fruitful discussions. Thank you for your attention and good luck during the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your welcome, Ela. I think that is an important moment, even if this is, let's say, the end of the project. I think it's just the beginning of another perspective in teaching and learning from cultural heritage. Anyhow, the stage, the ground, is to our keynote speaker, Dr. Rohit Yukatsu from Yukatsu. He has a strong background on not only in the latest project that I know, like this Mosul project, that is a sort of this pandemic open on cultural heritage, let's say, environment, protection, dissemination, information and teaching offered new perspectives and reached more people and around the world, and a lot of sharing and exchange. And the last 2 years, the last year and a half, witnessed a lot of new approaches from this point of view, new form of communication by ICRAM, especially by ICRAM. And it's my pleasure to ask to Dr. Yukatsu to, let's say, open this conference with a sort of overview about what is protection and conservation and maintenance of cultural heritage in this disaster era.
Thank you very much, Paula. I hope you can all hear me well. Again, thanks for inviting me, and I'm really happy to share some of my thoughts with you based on the recent experiences, and as Paula said, basing it on the pandemic, which has made us think. Besides using digital technology, a lot of new thoughts have been pushed on us because of this pandemic, and I'm going to share a few of these with you. So let me share my PowerPoint. The title of my presentation is Towards Resilient Historic Cities, Challenges and Opportunities. And while I talk about it, we all know what's happening in Europe. It's in the news every day, and there's a lot of discussion on why it's happening. Of course, we cannot put the blame solely on climate change, as many have been saying. We have to understand and maybe do a lot more research to be able to know why this phenomena is really increasing and is creating such a deluge as we see and for which we have no record in the recent history. So moving from these floods that have inundated northern Europe to some other kind of disasters that have affected mostly cities and settlements. One is really makes us think that definitely cities and especially historic urban areas are extremely vulnerable to changing climate patterns and resulting disasters such as flooding. Just a few years ago, Louvre, which is one of the main museums in Paris, was the front yard was flooded, and it was for the first time after the World War that they had to evacuate all the collections from the basement, and they had not experienced that kind of a situation before. So these kind of disasters are making us do things that we have not really have had prior experience. Now, when we talk about cities, we also need to understand that a lot of heritage is in urban context. So it might be archaeological heritage, but it is now in a situation of rapid urbanization where this archaeological site or other kind of heritage buildings are under tremendous pressure from the surrounding context. So when we look at cities as a whole, but when we look at also the monuments or other important heritage sites that are located in urban context, we have to address a lot of the issues that are being faced because of increased rainfall pattern. And when we talk about increased rainfall, let's understand that it's not that we have high rainfall for the whole year. It's not climate change, but it's climate variability. So you have few days with very high rainfall compared to what happens in the whole year. So if you look at the average rainfall, probably you will be lesser, having less rainfall. But it's just those few days when you have more than the average annual rainfall that our cities, and especially historic cities, are not able to take that kind of brunt. So this is what data also tells us with how disasters which are related to climate, whether they are floods, storms, droughts, or extreme temperature conditions, there's enough data to show that we have increased instances of those. And coupled with them is, of course, increased temperatures and greenhouse gas emissions, which is, of course, a result of what we are doing through development. And cities are also contributing in a way to this increasing greenhouse gas emissions. So we have to look at it from both sides. On one hand, we have cities which are producing enough that is resulting in climate change or enhancing the climate change phenomena. On the other hand, climate change is also affecting the cities in the other reverse direction. So it's something that is happening in both ends, and it means a lot for cities. On one hand, we have a problem of increasing sea level rise, which is making many of the cities uninhabitable. Whether we talk about developing city countries where Mumbai, Jakarta are under high stress because of rising sea level. On the other hand, even developed countries, and in California, many of those cities which are located, say St. Augustine, which is another historic city, are at a very high risk of increasing sea level. So we need to take into account this issue, but we also need to understand that the macro temperatures in many cities, whether we talk about Tokyo or New York, is also expected to increase at an exponential rate. And so cities, as I said, the the microclimate of cities is also going to be faced with this increased impact because of the changes in temperature. Now, moving from climate-related issues and climate change-related phenomena, let's understand that cities are also facing other kind of disasters, and we all know earthquake is really affecting many historic cities. Italy, many of its historic settlements have already suffered. You are in L'Aquila, and L'Aquila is one of the examples, but there are also plenty of other examples from Italy around the world where earthquakes have affected cities. Nepal earthquake in 2015 impacted many cities. In fact, all the three World Heritage Monument zones located in historic urban area of Kathmandu Valley were impacted. Some other examples of disasters such as fires. We also find that World Heritage towns and many other historic cities are also vulnerable to fire, and especially those which are wooden cities. Whether we take example from China or Japan or other places, are at extreme risk of increased fires. Now, fires can be because of arson, these could be because of increased temperatures or forest fires. We all know what has happened recently in Canada, where an entire settlement completely burnt out because of the bush forest fires. And moving from there to conflicts where cities are being impacted. Many of them have suffered. As Paula mentioned, this is one of the projects that we are at the moment involved with in Mosul, where this was how it used to be. This was a landmark for the city, and the whole thing has been demolished. And now the community really wants this back because this is the symbol of Mosul. Even if you look at this, is just like Leaning Tower of Pisa. The tower is not straight, it's leaning, and that's what is the image that the city had, and they want this to be back. So we talk about Mosul or we talk about Aleppo, another historic city in Syria. There is also a tremendous challenge that we have for cities that are impacted by conflicts. Now, since this conference is for pre-disaster preparedness, I'm taking a step back and see why this is happening. Is it only to be blamed on earthquakes or floods or fires? Or we have to understand what is really the real cause for this to be exponentially increasing. Of course, one of the reasons is climate change, but climate change cannot be considered as the sole factor which is affecting, which is having such kind of impacts on our cities. And we really need to understand where we are heading, what's really going to happen. And one of the important things for us to understand is urbanization process. The way urbanization is happening around the world, and when I talk about urbanization, I'm not talking about only historic cities. I'm looking at cities as a whole. And when we talk of cities as a whole, historic urban areas are a part of the larger urban environment, and we cannot separate them from the larger urban developments because directly and indirectly they are going to have an impact on the cities. on the historic cities. And so let's see what is happening. We have more number of people living in urban areas than in the rural areas. And the projection, if you see in 2050, is that it will go exponentially. It will go so high that we have to understand what will be the implication of that on urban heritage. What is it going to mean for urban heritage in the future? Because we have to prepare for it, we have to address it. And when we think about that, we also need to look at it from the point of view of density. How is urban density going to be? And what is the trend that we have? And we understand this is very disproportionate. It's not the same everywhere. So when we talk of urbanization, let's not look at it in a very uniform way around the world. It's very unevenly distributed, and areas where the urban density is going to become maybe 10 times more compared to areas where, in fact, in some areas, urban density is reducing because people are moving out of the cities. So when we think about this phenomena, let's not see that as something happening in the same way universally. It's very disproportionate. It's very much unevenly distributed, and we have to therefore understand it in its own context. And that's something I also want to highlight. Now, what does that mean for urban heritage? And when we talk about urban heritage, we need to kind of move out of this whole thinking where we only concentrate on buildings or only concentrate on the physical fabric of the city. It actually implies that moving from buildings, we have to consider urban spaces, because in cities, uh, maybe sometimes in many cultures, open spaces or public spaces are even more important, because there a lot of intangible practices are concentrated. People use more public spaces than, Italy is a good example where piazzas are really an important element, and if they get affected, maybe there's a more impact on the heritage of the city than one single building or the other. So we have to consider spaces, traditional routes, because there are routes where processions or rituals take place. And a city has to be understood not only in terms of its transportation patterns, but also in terms of how people use these for many rituals, practices, processions. And if these are not happening, if for some reason one of the route is not able to be used for certain kind of ritual, probably there's a huge impact on the heritage of that city. Urban landscape elements, which I would categorize both hard elements and the soft elements, are sometimes overlooked. These are small things, whether they are fountains, whether they are bird feeding places, whether they are small areas where people take shelter from heat. These are also small structures, small elements in the city. And if they get disappeared because you want to create parking lots and you don't recognize this as part of heritage, it's also an issue. And of course, I want to highlight this important element. We many times we tend to forget it, that a city is a city because of its socio-spatial structure. It's how the society is organized in a geographical setting, which is very important. So how different communities, how different social groups are living together with each other, how they are, because we map them in as physical objects, but we don't look at the relationship of those physical objects with how different communities are using them, are actually geographically connected to them. And if disasters are affecting that social relationships, then we have a point of concern, because we may be able to protect the building, but without the communities that are associated with them, then the whole meaning of that part will be lost. So I'm saying this because when we think about the impact of disasters, sometimes we tend to forget how these elements are getting impacted, and we tend to only focus on the on buildings and structures, because that's sometimes our predominant motivation. And then traditional water bodies, lakes, canals, we know how many of them are becoming dysfunctional, or how the drought is going to affect a lot of those water systems, and how development is going to impact water table and going to affect those. And definitely traditional livelihoods and economy is also getting affected, because people are leaving many traditional occupations and many of them are triggered because of the dislocation or displacement that these people face in the light of disasters. So let's go back and understand what are the underlying vulnerability factors, because if we don't understand them, I suppose we are not going to really address our key challenge. And I want to just bring one example from Bangalore, which is actually a historic city in India. But what you see today, you tend to actually forget that the ecology of that place uh, was really a connection of water bodies which were linked through canals. So there were many water bodies that were linked to canals, but look at how urban development has changed that. Many of those water systems that were originally connected to each other are not connected now, and they are reduced as separate water bodies without interconnected ecological system. And so the reason for that is urban development has not been done in line with the natural heritage of the place. And so when we look at the urban cultural heritage, sometimes we forget that the urban cultural heritage is so intimately connected to the natural heritage. And if we don't look at the connection between nature and culture, what we end up is a kind of disaster of a different proportion, where when you face a changing climate pattern, when you face increased temperatures, along with that you have this situation where you are not having a water system that was actually originally designed in many historic cities, which was a functioning system. So this is the other part of urban heritage, that you may protect these remaining structures, but if you don't protect the living dimension of urban heritage, and when I talk about living dimension, it's not only living in the sense of people living there, but living also in the sense of continuing systems. So water systems still continue to be used as they used to be done before. So how do you adapt to this changing climatic pattern and the issue of continuity? So on one hand, we are facing change, but on the other hand, we need to also look at continuity of urban systems in the light of these changing contexts. And that's something that I would go as we move forward. So we face these kind of disasters in cities, which are probably more interface of the development processes that are not recognizing heritage, both natural and cultural, along with, of course, the overall climatic pattern. And then along with that, urban sprawl, which is again an issue which is going beyond historic cities. So we need to look at cities as not cities which are urban centers. I mean, I always feel that this whole approach of looking at only historic centers is problematic, because we tend to kind of separate it from the larger phenomena, because whether we are as heritage professionals interested in only historic area, it is going to be impacted very strongly with what happens in its urban fringe. And if in the larger urban fringe, we have such kind of developments that kind of take over agricultural land, that take over the watershed areas, there is going to be loss of landscapes, there is going to be loss of farmland, and that's also going to impact the traditional livelihoods of the people who are living in those cities. So everything is interconnected, and what we need to see is this kind of linkages that exist at multiple levels and that make cities survive. When we talk about change, another thing we have to understand, of course, it will be very different in different parts of the world. In Europe, you will have a different situation. But the point that I want to bring here is that we have to look at the changed relationship of urban surroundings, both in physical and in social terms. These changing relationships have to be reconciled. These relationships cannot remain the same. They will never be the same, because cities are always going to evolve, they're always going to change. But the problem is that if we look at historic cities only from the past relationships and forget that there is a new relationship at the present moment, our solutions will not be very compatible, will not be very feasible. So we have to think of those. And of course, when we think of disaster preparedness, We have other issues which are more with regards to access to these important heritage areas, where we need to really look at how in a disaster situation there would be access to emergency services. Have we considered those when we have looked at the new development in historic urban areas? Because many times that consideration is not there. It comes as an afterthought, but not in the planning before. And that's why pre-disaster planning is really the key in this. And then one issue which is very dear to my heart, and I would always say that disasters don't impact everyone in the same way. And when we think of cities, sometimes we forget that there are people in cities who are more marginalized, who are more vulnerable than those who are, whether because of location, that they are located in vulnerable areas, or whether because they are socially or economically deprived. And whatever city we may look in, any part of the world, we have to think about the impact on different sections of the communities, because disasters are going to impact people differently based on their social, economic, locational characteristics, and these have to be also kind of looked at. Sometimes when we tend to look at cities as a whole, we tend to forget these kind of differences. So the point I also want to highlight is that it's time for us to now look at interface of disaster risks, climate change, and ill-conceived developments, and not look at each of them separately. Because we tend to look at them separately because our institutional systems are sometimes designed to look at them separately. So you have separate department or ministry for looking at climate change, separate for disaster management. Maybe you have municipality looking. So we are in this kind of a siloed situation. The other important point I wanted to bring also is that today we are all suffering from pandemic, but we should not forget that it's not an issue of only virus. It's also an issue of this changing ecology, changing the way we have done urban development, which has affected the way, removed many of the animals from their habitats, have changed their eating patterns. So we need to consider all of these things also as connected to each other. And the fact is that whether we talk of pandemic, whether we talk of climate, whether we talk of conflict, whether we talk about economy, in fact, disasters are collaborating better than we are collaborating. Probably this is the real issue that I want to highlight. And so when we think of cities, and here I just give an example from World Heritage City of Zanzibar in Tanzania, we can't just focus on the issue of sea level rise. We need to look at sea level rise combined with cyclones, with increased flooding, with fires. What kind of a complex, situation is going to unfold in these urban areas? And so we have to move beyond looking at only, just earthquake or just flood or just fire. I mean, this kind of a compartmentalized, hazard-centric approach is not going to be very helpful for us. And COVID-19 pandemic also makes us think that we cannot base everything on past data. There are also black swan events. There are unpredictable events, and we need to also take them into account. So we can't base everything on, sometimes we become data obsessed, and we tend to look for past evidence to be able to say this we should prepare for in the future. But it's also very important for us that we also look at things which we didn't experience, but there is a likelihood of them happening in a very unpredictable manner. And so when we think about where we are heading, it's really a time for us to think not just basing our preparedness on what happened in the past, but look at what's going to happen in the future, because past will tell us something, but not everything about the future. And future can be very different than what the past is. So it's important that we don't look at it in a linear manner. We look at it in an exponential, in a very unlikely manner. We need to prepare, and that's what I want to go to through this. We need to look at changing context. We have to accept changing context, whether cultural in terms of changing values over time, social in terms of communities changing over time, economic in terms of how the growth or the economic systems are changing, environmental changes, of course, institutional changes, and most importantly, probably, is the attitudinal changes where people's needs and perceptions are also changing. And these changing elements which define a context in which cities have to be managed, have to be addressed. Because change, in my view, is the only constant that we have. For long, heritage professionals have tend to resist change, but it's time for us to accept change and deal with change in a positive way, where we are able to both ensure that change addresses what our issues are or what our future problems are, but also we ensure that there is a continuity. So we need to move from deductions to predictions, and that's something I want to emphasize, that this is really important for us to have this changing thinking process, and that makes us really emphasize, and I think Paula will understand it even more, appreciate it even more, the importance of scenario-based planning. Because if we don't prepare different scenarios, if we don't prepare different future predictions, and prepare options for dealing with different situations, it's not going to be one prediction. There can be multiple options, and we need to work with this through different simulations, through different ways of. But it's not only guessing game. It's not going to be only based on our imagination. It's based on solid collection of evidence. It's based on solid documentation. It's an informed scenario. It's not a imaginary, totally like a movie story. It's not like that. So that kind of an exercise needs to be done much more if we have to really prepare for our cities proactively, much ahead of what may happen in the future, and not react to them. And in that process, there's a lot to learn from tradition that we unfortunately never, in many situations, don't really pay attention to, because in fact, always, this is not something new. Always societies have developed, cultures have evolved by learning from what has happened in the past. So that process of learning and de-learning is not about only learning, it's also unlearning. Sometimes you learn, sometimes you unlearn because something doesn't work. So that process has to continue, because there are plenty of examples, not only at the building level, but also at the urban level, how cities have been managed in terms of boundaries, so that they don't grow beyond a certain extent. There have been many interesting traditional systems that have enabled cities to be contained and sustainably exist for long time. Of course, we can't say that same formula have to be used again, but they have to be considered and evolved and updated and made suitable to the contemporary context. So some good examples that I won't go much. This is one of the interesting examples in Japan, where they have really, rather than relying a lot on electrical systems and making all the technical, the idea is, how do you store rainwater and use it not just for fire prevention in the historic urban area, but also use it for day-to-day washing, day-to-day use. So you combine disaster preparedness with day-to-day actions. And that is the only way. Otherwise, you will never get enough financial resources from the municipalities who will say, disasters will happen maybe once. We have so many problems on day-to-day basis. So it's really important for us to always, so this is the underground water tank. It's also always important for us to kind of have a kind of a marriage between day-to-day needs and the disaster needs, and see how they can work together. Another interesting example from Albania, where they use traditional water tanks in each house and engaged communities to really do fire prevention using very locally available water resource, rather than, because it's a historic area, it's very difficult to carry water through fire engines. So they were using traditional water tanks and made this fire hydrant system, which is very much adapted. And in that process, you can't do it without engaging communities. And this is another very interesting example from Georgetown, which is a World Heritage Site in Malaysia, where they have worked very closely with local community to prepare against fire and flooding in that site. So it's all community based. It's all basing on the traditional community systems. That's also something I wanted to highlight, that many of these disaster preparedness systems cannot be formal from outside. One can build a lot on the existing community relationships, existing local institutions, and governance systems, which will be more effective rather than importing something from outside, which community has no meaning. So here they have really effectively used, again, coming back to Japan, creative solutions. I really want to emphasize the importance of creativity in this. You can't just do it by following the norms that are established. When you think of historic urban areas, you have to think of the characteristics of the place, the visual characteristics, the social characteristics, and how do you make your solutions compatible with them. So here you can see the design, which is not destroying the value of that site, and at the same time it is for the local residents. These hydrants can be used by the people who live there, and you don't have to rely on somebody coming from outside if the fires of a smaller nature. So I want to emphasize, I'm coming towards the last few slides. I wanted to just mention it's important that we integrate adaptation and mitigation strategies in regular heritage management procedures. And that means that when we think of climate change and disaster risk management strategies for urban heritage, we need to work on one hand with the policies and plans for the city or the region, because sometimes they are existing, but heritage people are not aware of them. And so we need to connect to them. And then on the other hand, we need to connect to the systems for protection and management of urban heritage itself. So this kind of a connection has to be established to the larger urban development processes that are initiated. And that definitely means that we need to address this coordination challenge, which is a huge challenge, as I mentioned earlier as well. But we need to really work through it. Otherwise, there is no way we can address this. And this also means that on one hand, in an urban system, we need to work across different sectors. On the other hand, we need to work across different scales. We need to work from the smaller scale or a neighborhood scale to a sub-city or a ward level scale to the larger city or regional scale. On the other hand, we need to work through different sectors, because culture, in my view, is not sometimes a separate standalone sector. It is connected as much to infrastructure, as much to health, as much to shelter or housing, or as much to land. So we need to make these connections between culture and these different sectors. So this means that we need to address risk transfer at multiple levels, from local to regional, and vice versa. So I conclude my presentation by advocating for something at ECROM we are working with now. We call it as a place-based approach for heritage management. The place-based approach moves away from a site-based approach, because when you think of a historic urban area, sometimes we tend to draw a line and say this is our heritage. But this kind of recognizes that there is a larger heritage place, and that any values are linked to the wider context. And if you don't recognize those values, and if you don't address the risks due to developments happening in the wider context that I showed you through several examples, we will not be able to address risks to our urban heritage. And this also, of course, means that we need to work across multiple jurisdictions and geographical boundaries. So heritage management has to be looked with a risk lens. It's not. It's a lens by which, if you manage your heritage in these times of uncertainty, with a multi-hazard approach, with the approach of building back better. When I say building back better, I'm not saying that we change everything, but we need to look at how do you work within the changing context, as I elaborated previously, and address your solutions that ensure continuity of what we recognize as values, but within this constantly changing context, because we want to bounce forward rather than bounce backward. And that's the kind of difference in the way we should look at resilience. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Rohit, for your enlightening, bright, and wider presentation, then introduce all, let's say, the elements and items and issues of, let's say, preparedness, but also pre-disaster planning somehow. That is our main domain. So what I really like is the fact that you said disasters are collaborating better than what we do. And I think that is really a truth that we have to keep in mind. So to find this kind of disasters collaboration, we have really to improve cooperation and collaboration, taking into account uncertainty, transformability, futures. So, and I also like the changes in chances. So thank you so much. And if we can go ahead, I would like to introduce the, let's say we are a bit out of time, but that's okay. We're still in the limits. So before the first session, I would like to introduce the work that was done by our students during the summer school, the Chic Summer School. And the students presented a project that is L'Aquila is everybody's memory. So for the one that are not familiar with, L'Aquila suffered for a big earthquake in 2009. All the students are from L'Aquila, and they were trying to convey some of their, let's say, feelings, emotions, but not only, also knowledge, how to keep the continuity that you were thinking about and talking about, because L'Aquila Historical Center was, almost destroyed. And they wish to, let's say, to implement or to offer a sort of container where everybody can contribute and everybody can see, let's say, the contributions and learn something about L'Aquila. So if Laura and Maurizio are ready, we can launch the video. This is a small video of 10 minutes. The author are, the author are 5 students. I don't mention them by alphabetical order, but just by what I memorized. So is Camilla Salve, Marta Zincani, Marco Ricchiuti, Antonello Pietrangeli, and Carla Di Lallo. And the tutors.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, yeah, please.
We are Marta, Marco, Camilla, Carla, and Antonello, students of Construction Architectural Engineering at the University of L'Aquila. And today we're going to present you our work for the summer school Chic, Cultural Heritage International Curriculum, which took place at the beginning of July. The summer school was about transformations in the city through the pandemic year, in particular, in our case, the city of L'Aquila. We decided to publish our work on an Instagram page to create more interactive and interesting content. We started the workshop experience with a city walk that you can find here in the highlighted stories. Here you can see how we went through the city and its most important places with Professor Federico D'Ascanio, who told us about the places and their importance in the city and the transformations and changes that they went through. So in our first post, you can see the track of the city walk and the steps, the different steps around the city. For example, I will show you the first one, which was Santa Maria di Collemaggio,
one of Chiesa da Morrone,
which is really an important symbol of the city. And so we did the same for all the 7 steps. To get through the work that we developed, we started from this quote: "L'Aquila is everybody's memory." Memory is really important for a city, because there's no city without memory, and there's no city without people, as the pandemic really showed us how the presence or absence of the people can really change a city. So first of all, we developed a method with the aim to preserve the memory of significant spaces in the city. How? Collecting audio-visual memories from the people that can be uploaded in a platform where people can consult it. So the first step is to define 5 phases in which the city has undergone important transformation, both on a physical and social level. So we found these 5 phases for the city of L'Aquila: before the earthquake of 2009, during the earthquake, so right after the event and during the emergency situation, then after the earthquake, so during the reconstruction, and then during the pandemic with all the restrictions and the lockdown, and then after the pandemic, so how it is today. The second step was to identify some places into the city which can really show those transformations. We found Piazza Duomo, the fortress, so il castello, Villa Comunale, the main garden in the city, and then two very important squares, Piazza Palazzo and Piazza Santa Maria Paganica. We decided to take Santa Maria Paganica as a case study because it's a really perfect example that shows how much the space changed through the different events and relative phases that affected the city of L'Aquila. The third step was to analyze those transformations and then to collect the memories of the population related to that place and through the different phases. At the end, we developed a database, so a platform where the memories could be available for the population and they could read and learn about the place through them. Here are the places that we found important for the transformation in the city of L'Aquila. I will show you Piazza Santa Maria Paganica, which is our case study. In this place there are 2 really important buildings. The first one is the Church of Santa Maria Paganica, which was destroyed from the earthquake in 2009. And Palazzo Ardinghelli, which is a really important building, which was restored and reopened with the opening of MAXI, so the National Museum of the 21st Century Arts, which was a really important moment for the city. So this is the square, Piazza Santa Maria Paganica, and here we went through some analysis on a social and more physical level. I will show you, for example, this one is the side of the church. So we showed how it was before the earthquake, during the emergency. So as you can see, the earthquake completely destroyed the roof of the church. This is after the earthquake, so the square was basically a building site. This was during the pandemic, so no people were around. The square was completely empty. And this is now. This in the picture is a platform realized by an architecture studio in collaboration with our university that actually made this place, together with the opening of the museum, again a center of social life and nightlife. So people are starting to come back here and reappropriating of the space. So after this analysis, we asked people what's their memory about the place. So we could collect those memories and upload them in our database. With the memories that we collected, we finally developed how the system would look like. So through a QR code, people can access this augmented reality system. In this augmented reality system, they can see all those pins around the place, around the square, which are the memories of the people. Those memories are related to the different temporal phases, and they can open them, read them, or listen to them, or look at the pictures. So the aim of the system is to create really a container for the cultural heritage that is coming from people's memories for the people. So people can learn about the place and imagine the changes and the transformation that the place went through, really thanks to people's memories. In the last part of our page, you can see some of the memories that we collected to really show you how this would look like. For example, I will show you this.
Quando ero piccola, io anche i Torricelli, arrivavano gli che radunavano quelli che venivano da fuori, che vendevano le fascine di legna per accendere il fuoco. Quindi arrivavano con gli asini che erano caricati da un lato all'altro con grosse fascine di alberi tagliati praticamente per accendere il fuoco, e lì gli aquilani si compravano questa legna per poter accendere i loro camini oppure le stufe. Questo sì, me lo ricordo.
So here there is the translation. So this old woman remembers how when she was a little girl, outside the church, so in the square, people were going there to buy wood to light the fireplace or the stoves. Another example is this picture, which is from the 50s, and you can clearly see the entrance of the church, so it's also a physical memory about the space. And there are many others that, if you are interested, you can go read or listen. So this is all. If you liked our work, or you want to know more about us and our work, or to be updated to what we are gonna develop further, just follow us on Instagram. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you are here. I would like that you show up. Marco, Camilla, Marta, Carla, Antonello.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Camilla, no. I would like really to, Antonello, good morning. I really like to thank Carla, good morning, to thank you, because it was a big effort that was made during the summer school. And this is another, I'm sorry, I can take off it. And this is another way how to think about, in this time of pandemic, how we can, let's say, work with cultural heritage and the memory and continuity, and a big, let's say, a big issue like the memory of a city that is between two disasters. And the collaboration of disaster, as Dr. Yukatsu explained to us, was really good in the sense that we have to face how to fight it. So thank you very much. And now I hope that that we are invited to join some other summer school. I will tell later. And I would like to open now and invite Cristina Musacchio, architect, to open the first session. The session will be, let's say, really quick. So the chairs are asked to introduce the contributions and the authors. Then we are going to run the videos, of the contribution, and at the end, questions and question time for all the participants. So, Dr. Musacchio, are you there? Thank you
Yes,
so much
yes,
for
I'm here.
participating.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. We will start very soon, so we know that we have a short time. So the first section collects the contributions concern the issue and perspective of spatial planning and urban culture heritage. It's a topic that is a little thread in the both technical and scientific literature. The first contribute is may densification provide for preservation methodological issue and reconstruction strategy for a town in the Red Sea by Filippo De Dominicis from University of L'Aquila.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Filippo De Dominicis from the University of L'Aquila. Thank you, Donato, for chairing this session and all the organizing team for this very interesting event today. My paper today ventures to examine how to build a methodological framework on urban preservation and reconstruction across the fragile urban environments of the Global South, where all cities are being suffering from negligence and indifference since decades. I will attempt to tackle this issue through the case of Alwaj, a small port town on the Saudi shore of the Red Sea, where I've been working on a continual basis since 2012. In particular, I will present actions and measures implemented to recover the historic district of Alwaj, which was emptied and partially demolished after soil subsidence and road works undertaken in 1979. Along with Jeddah, Alwaj is one of the last remains of the Red Sea urban environment. Like the Mediterranean, the Red Sea has witnessed the rise of a peculiar architectural language which developed across the centuries. However, in recent times, for various and often controversial reasons, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has discovered the heritage potential of these sites. The last decade, in particular, saw architects, planners, and preservationists from throughout the world gather to frame their conservation in a long-term and nationwide development policy. Yet, the aggressive development strategies set by Saudi authorities revealed to be even more dangerous than abandonment and squatting, that is, the two phenomena with the largest impact on all urban fabrics. In their minds, all towns and sites of a certain historic or artistic prominence are potential tourist destinations, that is, heritage villages considered as stages for the leisure of a rampant and wealthy middle class. Such a purpose represents a severe threat for the integrity of those sites, which are today substantially unoccupied or squatted by low-income non-Saudi citizens. In the case of Alwaj, the proposed preservation strategy attempts to reverse this trend, avoiding at the same time to treat historical remains as showcases to be manipulated or transformed for VIP temporary uses. To this end, two primary and preliminary issues has been considered, both raising from a detailed surveying campaign. On the one hand, the assessment of the building state of conservation, that is the physical condition of each building. On the other, the reading of typomorphological patterns, namely the study of the building and urban layouts in relation to their original footprint prior to abandonments and demolitions. The building-by-building physical assessment, as you can see in the map here, entailed three main categories. It deemed in good conditions, that is the green one, all restored buildings as well as buildings which did not suffer from structural damages, while buildings affected by serious settlements, heavy masonry degradation or partially collapses, has been considered in poor conditions. Buildings has been considered as ruins in black in the map, where extensive damages and collapses did not allow the identification of the original layout. And here you can see an exemplification of these three categories. The morphotypological interpretation look at the urban layout as the outcome of an aggregation process which results in various and differentiated patterns. Therefore, the classification adopted reflects the aggregation rule, as you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, that is clustered or isolated buildings. The first distinction helps to distinguish residential and commercial units, which are usually clustered, from other standalone typologies, such as religious or military buildings. Then, clustered buildings have been further divided into two main subcategories depending on their layout, orthogonal or non-orthogonal. This allows to relate each building to its position within the city, as well as its historical value, since non-orthogonal aggregated buildings, as you can see in the map, located northward, date back to an earlier period. This preliminary analysis, however, has not been limited to the state of conservation and the morphotypological assessment. Given extensive demolitions occurred in 1979, when the new Corniche Road has been built, the reconnaissance phase has been extended to understand physical and contextual alterations resulting from the partial demolition of the old town. Methodologically speaking, the rationale for the preservation of Alwaj rests upon these three issues. The categories of intervention on existing building and their reuse result from the intersection between the first two, namely the type of morphological and the state of conservation analysis. The category of intervention is the degree of transformation or conservation each building can bear with, while the type of reuse is the function or the set of functions each building can host after restoration. Measures and actions have been established progressively from the most to the less restrictive. Generally, more restrictive categories, such as restoration or philological restoration, apply to restored buildings or buildings in good conditions with a high historical value, that is, non-orthogonal aggregated units sitting in front of the port, the brown one. Such a non-invasive approach implies the preservation of the pristine residential layout and goes with the permanence of the original building function. Beyond preventing from further building alterations, the permanence of the building function has also an extra significance at the urban scale, as it contributes to attract the critical mass of residents that make the city an actual living body. Less restrictive actions, such as typological reconstruction and renewal, have been instead directed to buildings in ruins or buildings with a low historical relevance, that is, square blocks dating back the second half of the 20th century. Consequently, those buildings are also the ones which may be subject to a more extensive transformation, including planned reuse for accommodation purposes and hospitality. The reconstruction strategy resulted from the alteration analysis. It refers to new buildings to be erected from scratch and has a twofold aim. On the one hand, to recover not only the original significance of the urban form, with its narrow alleys looking to the sea to catch prevailing winds, but also and especially all contextual values intrinsically rooted in the original townscape. On the other, to retrieve the true sense of the city as a dense incubator of permanent activities linked to everyday life with its inhabitants, its traders, and of course its visitors. In the absence of an original building plan or survey, reconstruction is assumed as a simple process of typo-volumetric reinterpretation, far from vernacularism or the mimicry of existing historic buildings. In this sense, building reconstructions refer first to the urban space rather than the urban style. New buildings are mostly intended for residential or shared accommodation uses and must follow few basic rules. First of all, they must fit with the pre-1979 cadastral plan. Secondarily, they should not exceed the height of the highest historic building. With this simple set of rules, the old town of Alwaj is expected not only to survive and preserve its original character, but also to play a new and unprecedented role at the larger scale. A reconstructed, refurbished, and living historic district, indeed, would also be attractive for past dwellers who had abandoned their traditional house in favor of a new brand villa in the outskirts of the city. Densification with permanent residents, therefore, is an interesting key opportunity to revert the rampant sprawl and support urban shrinkage, at least for small or medium-sized centers like Alwaj. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor De Dominicis. There is any questions about this contribution?
Okay, we can go ahead. The next contribution will be Cultural Heritage in the Framework of Planning Strategies, a Systematic Literature Review by Lucia Chiefallo, Annunziata Palermo, and Maria Francesca Viapiana from University of Calabria. Please.
Good morning, everyone. We are Lucia Chiefallo, Annunziata Palermo, and Maria Francesca Viapiana from Department of Civil Engineering of the University of Calabria. Our presentation is organized in the 4 sections shown in the slide. Today, we present and discuss the first results of a process of systematic literature review about the role of cultural heritage in the strategies of spatial planning. Cultural heritage is a challenge for spatial planning due to the need to implement strategies and processes that combine protection needs, conservation, and enhancement of place, promoting their sustainable and long-term growth. In Italy, the Cultural Heritage and Landscape Code defines it as immovable and movable property which are artistic, historical, archaeological, or ethno-anthropological interest. According to the same code, the protection of cultural heritage is the exercise of functions to assess and ensure its protection and conservation for the purpose of public use. The challenge for planning is to define strategies to prolong the survival of heritage and at the same time make it accessible, an aim that moves from the recognition and prevention of risks. In summary, cultural heritage is subject to risks that can be classified into groups. The natural risks linked, for example, to hydrogeological failure. The anthropogenic risks depending on human behavior, such as vandalism or overcrowding. In addition to this, for artifacts and buildings, the technological risks arising from the construction characteristic of the goods themselves. We conducted a systematic literature review on a collection of 107 documents to summarize the current state of the art on spatial planning strategies related to cultural heritage. Systematic literature review is a methodology used to find and aggregate all relevant studies about a specific research question or topic of interest. It requires documenting all the procedures undertaken, so we are going to present them. The first step consists in delimiting the research issue and defining the research question, that is, what are the spatial planning strategies on cultural heritage? In the second step, we identify the keywords to be used to form the query string, that are cultural heritage and spatial planning. The research space to obtain the data is defined in the third step. We plan to access to Scopus database. In the fourth step, we define the selection criteria to include and exclude documents. The first criterion is temporal. The document search is limited to publication subsequent to 2010. Furthermore, documents of all types have been included, provided they are written in English and at the final stage of publication, excluding the articles in press. The fifth step aims to extract the literature. Applying the illustrated criteria, the Scopus search engine has traced 107 records. The next step concerns the analysis of the quality of the studies. We statistically deepen the contents of the abstracts as the only section available for all documents, even for no open access publications, to evaluate its consistency with our research objective and analyze the keywords indicated by the authors. Finally, we are going to present the main results of the last 2 steps in graphical form. The map related to scientific country production shows countries with the highest number of publications, that are Poland, Italy, and the UK. In addition, this graph shows the authors with the highest number of publications in the document collection. Regarding the type of document, 58% of the documents are articles. In particular, this graph shows the evolution of cumulative occurrences over time for the most recurrent sources. For example, it is evident how the journals Marine Policy, Lectures, Notes in Computer Science, and Sustainability has had a recent and rapid growth. Another area of interest is the study of the most relevant words. and their dynamics. Word clouds are a great support as they allow you to instantly view key concepts. In the slide, we see word cloud applied to fields, titles, and abstract, and also keyword plus and others keywords. The most interesting result of the review process is the identification in the collection of documents of scientific trends through the cluster analysis. With the support of Voz Viewer software, we identify 9 clusters shown in the slide that, unfortunately, we can deepen in a short time. This graph overlays clusters per year of publication, highlighting the most recent research lines. Among the priority themes identified, there has been a recent increase in the study of the impacts of climate stress on cultural heritage, but there aren't practical and instrumental solutions to facilitate adaptation within the framework of pre-disaster planning strategies. Another area of research concerns above the natural heritage as evidenced by the keywords biodiversity, landscape, and the UNESCO sites. Even more specific is the cluster aimed at promoting the sustainable use of marine resources, ensuring the protection of the marine and coastal environment through the application of the ecosystem approach, taking into account land-sea interactions. In conclusion, the results obtained represent a useful reference both from a theoretical and from an operational point of view. What emerged could provide the foundation of knowledge on topic, identify areas of prior studies, identify gaps in research, support academics in placing their research within the context of existing literature, and support policymakers and planners in identifying advantages and success factors to be taken into consideration in transforming theoretical concepts into real projects. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting to have this overview so short and so deep on this subject. Really incredible. It can be really a great step from where we can start to know really where and how we can follow our research. Great. Thank you very much. There is any question about this presentation? Really exciting, actually, for me at least. Lucia is in our panel, so if anybody want to ask something. Okay, thank you very much. So we can go ahead with the first contribute by Francesco Alberti from University of Ferrara. The issue is the urban project between reconstruction and sustainability.
Good morning. My name is Francesco Alberti and I work in University of Ferrara. My research is about the urban project between reconstruction and sustainability. Index: Objective, Methods, Tools, Bibliography. Objective: from the set of experience conducted on the local field following that 2016 earthquake in the province of Macerata and Fermo, it was understood that the reconstruction, to be successful, required a shared policy at an adequate planimetric scale to make the intervention for recovery of both social cohesion and the relock of competitiveness, particularly necessary for mountainous areas that suffered from conditions of marginalization and desertification even before the earthquake. By reading the historical textline and their recent urban events, not only are fundamental elements of urban development clarified, but the foundation are laid for understanding the reasons for the current problems. The tool of the new generation urban project is proposed as an opportunity to recompose the settlement quality of urban environments, often subject to profound morphological and functional alteration. Methods: The urban project for the earthquake 2016 intends to offer a significantly different and in any case complementary working perspective with respect to two methodologies for setting intervention from strategic building for the purposes of seismic risk. The urban project realistically takes on the needs of the local administration to finalize its commitment as much as possible, balancing the investment in the cognitive moments of the study as a whole with the more precise one strictly related to the possibility of planning and carrying out the intervention, safety priorities for the urban structure. In particular, it promises to enhance the ability of the administration to be able to identify from the beginning, both empirically and using target interactive knowledge processes, public building to be allocated to strategic function and to manage their preventive adaptation. The urban project proposal assumes the selective identification and strengthening project of strategic building and their escape routes as an urban project of strategic value, whose reasons and usefulness go beyond mere securing against seismic risk. The type of urban project prefigurated tends to incorporate security function within other functions of common interest, giving rise to a multitasking strategy that combines primary objective of reducing urban vulnerability and complementary objective of offering new opportunities and services to the city to be fully implemented until it suddenly becomes necessary to reconvert temporary use to cope with the calamity. The urban project approach tends to return the question of the intervention necessary to mitigate urban vulnerability to the set of social initiatives and practice that substantiate some project of strategic value for the future of the city and which lead to the search for new governance tools indispensable to dilute and technocratic approach to their responsibility in favor of more participatory and shared solution by society and local institutions. Tools. Finally, it defines the system of works to be sure, choosing the function to be placed in the strategic building based on their real value under the circumstances. More generally, the urban project will serve an activator of multiple public and private intervention targeted of producing added value and compatible with the objective of a preventive consolidation of structure and infrastructure of strategic importance. More in detail, the components that characterize the project are the following: mobility and accessibility system that keep in mind in particular position of the settlement system, territorial level, configuration, also as regards the urban morphology, degree of complexity, presence of widening of road square parking lots, including the configuration of roads axes, thoroughfare with the primary and secondary system intended as hubs among the network belonging to several levels, strategic buildings and safe open space, for which the pilot project will consider principally position of the center as respects the territorial context, both from a geomorphological point of view, synthetic description of the center as respects the morphology, summit, crest, valley floor, open plain, and functional, degree of belonging, relation with nearby urban centers, specialized function for the territory. Type of center, mainly urban residential, rural, industrial services, second home. Dimension of the urban center, overall surface area, population density and density of building square meter build-up. Urban structure and morphology, closed, open, compact, fragmented, dense, dispersed, international organization and how it functions, single or many-centered urban center concentrated or diffuse with function and spaces strategically located in one or more point, or rather along a single road, or perhaps in several parts of the settlement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There is any questions about this issue? Just a few minutes we have. Thank you very much, Francesco Alberti. We can go ahead with the next contribution. Is by Angela Sant'Angelo, Simona Tondelli, and Angela Rosa from University of Bologna. The contribution of urban planning to the resilience of historical area in a changing climate. Please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Angela Rosa, Research Fellow at the Department of Architecture of the University of Bologna. I'm going to present you a research that is carried out by the University of Bologna. Over the last decades, as a consequence of the effect of climate change, cultural heritage has been impacted by an increasing number of climate-related hazards, posing new challenges not only to conservators and heritage managers, but also to urban planners. Even though cultural heritage has passed through decades and centuries, it has never experienced such unexpected and variable events as those forecasted by climate change for the foreseeable future, making it a sensitive element of the living environment. Although culture is now recognized as a key dimension of disaster risk management, and the need to protect and draw upon the various benefits of heritage as an asset for resilience is more clearly highlighted, policies to protect the heritage from disaster risk remain fragmented. This research is part of the Horizon 2020 Shelter project. This project aims at developing a data-driven and community-based knowledge framework that will bring together the scientific community and heritage managers with the objective of increasing resilience, reducing vulnerability, and promoting better and safer reconstruction in historic areas. Shelter framework will be implemented in multi-scale and multi-search data-driven platform, able to provide the necessary information for planning and adaptive governance. All the developments of the project will be validated in 5 open labs, representative of the main climatic challenges in Europe, different heritage typologies and governance scales. The fact that the Church of Santa Croce was part of a larger complex, also including the Mausoleo of Galla Placidia, its inclusion within the buffer zone of the Basilica of San Vitale and the Mausoleo of Galla Placidia, which are 2 of the 8 Ravenna UNESCO monuments, its location 1.5 meters below the main street level due to the phenomenon of subsidence, are all elements that have made it an interesting case study for the aim of the Shelter project. In addition to this element, the Church of Santa Croce and its archaeological area are located in a seismic risk-prone area and affected by frequent flooding, amplified by the effect of climate change. It is therefore clear that there is a need to prepare comprehensive disaster risk management plans based on a specific characteristic of cultural heritage and the nature of the hazard within a local context. By a deep understanding of the hazard, the exposure and the vulnerability of the historic area, the local dynamics and the provision of innovative governance and community-based models, it is possible to provide useful methodologies, tools and strategy to enhance resilience and secure sustainable reconstruction. With the aim of reducing the gap between disaster risk management and urban planning in the field of cultural heritage, the current integration between cultural heritage, disaster risk management, and climate change adaptation in the existing planning policies and tools has been explored. Starting from a deep analysis of the existing spatial and urban planning tools that operate at different scales on the Ravenna territory, 4 special planning tools have been identified as the means to better integrate these 3 key topics. The 4 planning tools identified as capable of correlating the management of cultural heritage with that of risks have the common characteristic of referring to the local territorial scale, that of the municipality of Ravenna. This outcome highlights the need to refer to the cultural heritage closest governance level in order to understand all its intrinsic and surrounding characteristics and manage it better. By putting together the information on the Ravenna area already contained in these planning tools, such as the description in quantitative terms of the flood, seismic and subsidence risk, the protection and safeguarding measures of cultural heritage, the forecast of the effect of climate change added to the already existing risks, and finally, the action plans for emergencies, it is possible to develop measures and action aimed at increasing the resilience of cultural heritage against natural and anthropic risks and climate change. Even if the 4 planning tools just mentioned refer to greater and mutual cooperation and collaboration, shared information strategies and measures are lacking. This lack of dialogue between these 4 tools can be seen both as a weakness but also as an opportunity to start from, to develop an integrated management protocol for cultural heritage and risks. This research aims at underlining the importance of starting from the existing special planning reference framework to develop measures for the integrated management of cultural heritage in climate change adaptation and disaster risk management, and of cultural heritage disaster management within existing planning policies, existing planning tools, and building codes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Angela Rosa. I don't know if there is somebody that wanna ask something to this our young researcher. Thank you. So we can go ahead with the next contribute by Benedetta Giudice, Angioletta Voghera from Politecnico di Torino, Landscape Planning for Prevention Strategies.
Good morning, I'm Angioletta Voghera. I'm a full professor in urban and regional planning at DIST and in the center, interdepartmental center of the Polytechnic of Turin that works on resilience. The center is a responsible risk resilience, and I'm here with Benedetta Giudice, that is assistant researcher in the same department and research center. We will discuss in a very short presentation the important link between landscape planning and prevention strategies that start considering the direct relation among resilience and landscape, considering their characteristic of dynamics, of complexity, of the important role of social value, and the important role of the transformation and innovation. And those characteristics are essential to identify the role of landscape planning for the definition of resilience strategies. So in this presentation, we will try to identify and interpret the European framework for resilience and prevention, the role of landscape planning in Italy, the characterization of the current situation in landscape planning, which are the main aspects in landscape plans that are related to vulnerability, risk, and resilience, and considering also the important role of cultural heritage and landscape. So in this presentation, we will try to identify and interpret the European framework for resilience and prevention, the role of landscape planning in Italy, the characterization of the current situation in landscape planning, which are the main aspects in landscape plans that are related to vulnerability, risk, and resilience, and considering also the important role of cultural heritage and landscape. The European framework for landscape planning has mainly started in 2000 with the promulgation of the European Landscape Convention, which introduces some important elements of research and discussion, which has also an international impact on landscape and territorial planning studies. And in fact, the main element on which we can focus of the European Landscape Convention are that the landscape is conceived as a whole, so not considering just the exceptionality of a building or of a natural element, but landscape as a whole. Landscape not only intended as a territorial element, but also as a social construction, social construct, in which is very important the role of participation with both the inhabitants and all the territorial stakeholders that are involved in a landscape transformation. In Italy, there has been the ratification of the European Landscape Convention and also the promulgation of a National Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape, which has been promulgated in 2004 and with the modification in the following years. And it's an important code for the territorial planning in Italy because it introduces the landscape plan, the regional landscape plan, which must analyze the dynamics of land transformation through the identification of risk factors and also elements of vulnerability of the landscape in comparison with other programming, planning, and soil protection acts. And it must also identify the appropriate recovery intervention for highly compromised or degraded area. So the National Code recalls some of the elements of the European Landscape Convention, also in relation to the quality objectives which are identified by the European Landscape Convention. And it's important to highlight that the landscape planning in Italy is a coordinated action between the state and the regions. The new landscape planning in Italy has had a very long gestation, which has not yet finished. And we can highlight some characteristics of these new regional landscape plans, as, for example, the overcoming the conservative action of protection, referring not only to landscape excellencies. And although the separation between cultural and landscape heritage remains, it is evident that the transition from the binding concept of the plan to the definition of rules, criteria to guide intervention. It is important, and another characteristics is the consideration of the landscape as a common good and the adoption of new paradigms, which bring also to some emerging themes, which are very important nowadays, as the climate change, soil protections, risks and pressures, and green infrastructure. The situation in Italy to date is that only 6 regions have approved and finished the long period of approbation of their regional landscape plan, and these regions are Sardinia, Tuscany, Apulia, Piedmont, Friuli, Venezia Giulia, and lastly the Lazio region. And the long gestation is due to the necessary comparison between the state and the regions for the co-planning and of the landscape assets and of all the landscape elements which determine the plan construction process in different ways, and including also in terms of time. We also like to highlight that some regions are trying to have also their regional landscape plan approved, and the most forward are Lombardy, Abruzzo, and Calabria, and more recently Veneto has approved a plan, but which a regional plan, but which has only territorial value and not landscape. The main theme that can be traced in all these 6 approved plans are landscape, ecological networks, and ecosystem services, but also slow mobility and green waste, the environmental valorization and integrated management of vulnerabilities and risks of different types, agriculture with reference to land protection and reforestation, heritage, so cultural heritage, and the responsibilization of without entering in detail in each plan, we have identified some main topics related to landscape resilience and risks prevention. And we can find here the 4 categories that we identified, which are climate changes, focus on risks, the identification of strategic projects for sensitive and vulnerable areas, and the topic of ecosystem services, ecological network, and biodiversity. As we can see, the main element is can be traced in the last column, but also there is an attempt to identify some strategic projects for sensitive and vulnerable areas. So we'd like to conclude our presentation with some key points that as our analysis of the approved regional landscape plans allow to highlight some innovative aspects that can link landscape to risk prevention and can also help identifying some strategies for the disaster prevention, as all the 6 plans identify new conception of landscape. There is the recognition and interpretation of territorial characters as components of the territorial risk. Cultural heritage cannot be seen only as a single element, so in reference to a building or a natural element, but as a whole within the landscape context in which it is located. And it is important, this integration between valorization and protection action for the enhancement of the territory and also of the cultural heritage. And in this perspective, we also like to highlight how the Italian national guidelines for the quality of architecture, which has been recently approved, can provide also fundamental support for landscape planning, public space quality, and for the prevention action for cultural heritage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to highlight to our attention the importance of the landscape plan. There is any questions on it?
I have one, if there are the authors here.
I was sure.
I mean, I will start to open because everybody is shy. So this third contribution pointed the finger on the landscape as an element that is embedded all the historical, let's say, features and perspective, and in sense of cultural heritage. And this is something that is not so, let's say, explored in the Italian, some studies. So what is your opinion on how we can include the nature, not, landscape as agriculture, but the nature as an element of cultural heritage? Are the author here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Well, nature is quite, thank you for the question and also for the interest. Also, it is evident that in 7 minutes it's difficult to frame all the Italian situation because it's quite complicated and it's quite long. We have the code since 2004, and since nowadays we have only 6 plans on out of 20 regions. So, and we try to read and analyze and schematize all the approved plan to see how they intended landscape with reference to the risk to the cultural heritage. And nature, I think, it must be included nature as a landscape element. We can say as in prevention strategies as the context. We must not include in prevention strategies not just the building, the church, the house that is protected by a specific binding or legal bounds, but it's important to analyze and evaluate the single building or element within its context. Above all, when we deal with risks, when we deal with hydrogeological risk, for example, if we have a church, is important not just the church, but its context. So it can be on a hill, it can be in a valley. So it's quite a different. It's quite a different position. We must not just analyze the architectural element. So if the church, for example, has a crypt, it's obvious that it is easy that with a flood, the crypt will be covered by the water, by the flood. But it depends also by its context. So we must deal with not just the cultural heritage, but also the landscape heritage in this sense.
Yes, what I mean is that cultural heritage include these natural elements because it's a peculiarity of the space, of course. Thank you so much for your answer.
Thank you.
So the next contribution is Spatial Planning of Cultural Heritage, Issue and Perspective by Donato Di Ludovico from University of L'Aquila. Please, you can go ahead.
Hi, I'm Donato Di Ludovico, an associate professor at the University of L'Aquila in Italy of urban and landscape planning. I mainly deal with spatial and strategic planning, urban and territorial security planning. My contribution deals with the issues and perspectives of spatial planning of cultural heritage, a topic that is little treated in both technical and scientific literature. Cultural heritage. The term cultural heritage means tangible cultural heritage, movable cultural heritage, for example, paintings, sculptures, coins, or manuscripts, immovable cultural heritage, for example, monuments, archaeological sites, and so on, underwater cultural heritage, for example, shipwrecks, underwater ruins and cities, intangible cultural heritage, for example, oral tradition for performing arts or rituals. In this presentation, we refer to the concept of tangible cultural heritage, and in particular to that of immovable cultural heritage, and namely monuments, archaeological sites, and more. The theme of cultural heritage is mainly addressed in terms of conservation and protection, focusing on the historical value of buildings, the cultural value of landscapes, how to intervene, etc. On the other hand, its impact on spatial development is much less developed, especially if we are looking for a way to enhance the system of cultural heritage through the integration of development with conservation and protection. The integration of cultural heritage conservation with spatial planning policy is therefore lagging behind. In most Western European countries, spatial planning functions are poorly integrated with heritage conservation objectives, and political mechanisms for development and conservation show little or no interconnection. In the field of planning, cultural heritage is often linked to economic policies and investment needs. with few reflection on the spatial aspect to their development. So often, a monument or landscape is preserved. The context or the relationship between goods, monuments, context, landscape, is instead neglected. To overcome this aspect, we can refer to the concept of preservation by development, which also includes the concept of valorization and requires close collaboration between spatial planning and design based on historic knowledge. This collaboration requires an innovative methodology of planning and design that refers to the concept of integrated approach able to combine the needs of the need to protect and preserve the cultural heritage with the socio-economic development needs of the relevant territories. Therefore, on the one hand, there is the protection and conservation of cultural heritage, understood as building but also as context, and on the other hand, there is the development, the transformation, and the transformation. In the field of integration between protection and conservation of cultural heritage with spatial planning and development issues, the participation of citizens and stakeholders and communication play an important role. The unilateral approach of the public bodies must be replaced by horizontal collaboration. In addition to the knowledge brought to the expert and the scientific side, the knowledge and the evaluation of cultural heritage brought by citizens and stakeholders must also be introduced. The knowledge of the first can also be superimposed on the knowledge of the second, but the first are carriers of an essential knowledge related to heritage, social and cultural aspects. The meaning that the citizens give to the cultural heritage is dynamic. It differs between individuals and groups, unlike the technical scientific knowledge to which the physical and spatial component of cultural heritage refers more. Jansen et al. State that the heritage conservation is a contested aspect of spatial planning. This is partly related to the complexity of identifying which aspect of the built environment should be retained. It can also be difficult to establish definitive meanings for heritage value and significance, partly because the meanings of heritage have shifted from a narrowly aesthetic and historic understanding to one that includes social, economic, and cultural components. At the end of last century, important changes took place that the thought of historical building and landscape conservation into a much more dynamic concept. We are moving towards a more holistic idea of heritage, more inclusive and participatory community-led practices. This is the attitude that characterizes today the spatial planning of cultural heritage and was developed in 1985 in the Granada Convention. The Granada Convention for the Protection of the Architectural Heritage of Europe not only concerns objects of exceptional quality, but also parts of towns and villages, and underlines the role of spatial planning in the maintenance of the heritage and the social structure. In conclusion, today, cultural heritage is still very often considered a sectorial theme related to single elements, separated from spatial planning, while new trends consider cultural heritage as a system of elements, a vector of spatial development. This passage is first of all cultural, and it will be a difficult process in which citizens and stakeholders will play an active part, including in the reinterpretation of the concept of conservation and protection, and in which spatial planning will have to refer to the concept of preservation by development. So many fields of research are open, which have yet to be addressed and developed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Donato. We have always few minutes if anybody wants to say something about this issue. Okay. Thank you very much to follow this section.
Cristina, sorry,
yes,
just to make a comment about the fact that at the beginning of this conference, we were quite afraid that we cannot have much contribution on spatial planning and urban cultural heritage. And as we see, we have a really dense contribution and really good one. So thank you to you to chair the session, and thanks to
Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure. We can go ahead. Grazie.
Thank you so much, Cristina. We can go ahead. The next session is about urban design and cultural heritage. The chair is architect Daniela Meyer. She is a president. She has a long, let's say, link and history of collaboration with my laboratory and us in general. And she's president of Transylvanian branch of architects of Romania. So I think that you can take the stage, Daniela. You have the challenge because it's the session where we have partially people present, partially only videos. Stage is yours. I trust you.
Thank you
I
very
rely
much.
on you.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and it's always a pleasure to share all these international experiences. I'm more connected to implementing all the theories that we talk about. So that is why I'm very honored to be moderating somehow this session of urban design and cultural heritage, which is very close to what we try to do through our projects, that some of them are developed together with Professor Paul Arizzi and some other professor that I see present in this conference. I saw the papers that were submitted, and I'm really looking forward to hear them all. So I think that we can start by presenting the first contribution, which is Challenges of Cultural Landscape Creation by Jana Peknikova from the University of Banska Bystrica, Slovakia.
Dear colleagues, today I would like to tell you a few words about challenges of cultural landscape creation. My name is Jana Peknikova and I'm from Matthew University in Banska Bystrica, Slovakia. First of all, before I start to talk about cultural landscape, it's important to say that it's connected with the memory of a place. So when we talk about cultural landscape, it's we have to take into consideration also stories, feelings, roots, and also some important dates and personalities, because cultural landscape is composed of cultural heritage, and it's sometimes not only what we see in this tangible form, but also an intangible form. So the research of cultural landscape is very interdisciplinary and connects together several disciplines such as anthropology, history, and of course urban planning. And if we talk about disasters, sometimes it can be disaster if a form or if a new transformations of such places are not well done, and that's the question of what cultural values we want to keep in mind. So we connect together the memory, traditions, values, and of course architecture forms and cultural heritage all around us. So this way of memory is not only in passive form, sometimes it's very active and various activities that keep the memories alive in community. But what's important and what's a challenge for now and for cultural landscape, it's a kind of cultural amnesia. It means that there are people who still remember, but also the question is if there are enough of those who remember what they remember, and of course, how important is it for society. Before I go to selected examples, I would like to show you just 2 more slides on cultural landscape. Cultural landscape is affected by culture of everyday life. That means that we remember something we still keep in our minds. So traditions are not only in a passive form, as I mentioned, but also something what we maintain in the form of everyday life, some culture patterns, rituals that repeat and determine the typical features of given a culture. I will show you several examples from different places and cities, and it's connected with the culture. So culture cannot be ignored if we want to understand and want to rebuild or just transform the cultural landscape. And of course, this cultural memory is very, very important because it's kind of collective memory, intergenerationally passed from generation to generation, and contain, of course, of different creative elements. That's why we talk about creation of cultural landscape. So now we go to another point of view, and very important when talking about cultural landscape, because cultural landscape is connected with institutions. These institutions are sometimes very important if we want to transform something, or just if we talk about values, because they keep their values. So if we want to do something in cultural landscape, we have to be connected with different institutions and of course with community, because community is sometimes more, or just not more, but it's also important to take into consideration the public opinions on what the cultural landscape should be about. Now I would like to show you several examples of challenges in cultural landscape transformation and or creation, because what we face now are very different situations in very different countries. I will start with Central Europe, and we will go to Ostrava and Czech Republic. This was originally an agricultural region, and it's still quite famous in Moravia in Czech Republic. But then there was a heavy industry. So in Ostrava, you can see that, and it's an area with former developed industry. Now it's still alive, but not so much. What to do with such factory when the factory is really close to the city center, because the city was not so big when the factory was built, but now it's. So the people decided to not to just destroy these artifacts, but to keep in memory alive and to open a kind of park. You can go into this industrial heritage area, you can walk inside, and there is a culture center created within this area. So they wanted to build a new, or just to revitalize the place without even transform it so much. So to keep it in a form, but to give new functions. Sometimes this is not possible. Sometimes we really do not know what to do with industrial heritage. So that's a big topic and a big challenge in cultural landscape creation. Another example is from Rennes in France, and it's about a landscape that it's created, that keeps in memory the past and wants to still commemorate something from the past. Not something in this example, it's about the megaliths and megalithic elements that are connected with the region of Brittany or Bretagne in France. So they just built once again the new megaliths, and they are not isolated. They are near the university campus. People can walk inside. So those megaliths are just here in the landscape to commemorate the past of the region. This is also very interesting. The third point I want to show you is the Hill of Crosses in Lithuania. This place is very, very significant. We also say that this place carries significance. It's a kind of also landscape-rooted intangible heritage because it's a place of memory, and you have to understand what is it even only if you understand the culture, because this is really connected with Lithuanian culture. And to me, why I'm talking about when talking about significance, it's kind of, it carries a similar significance as places that's such as Stonehenge and so on. Even this was built not in the past, it's quite new, and you can still bring a cross and put it on a hill. So this place is very special, and it's a kind of a new way of cultural landscape creation. And the creation means that the Lithuania is flat and there is one hill, and this hill is full of crosses to commemorate some events that happened in Lithuania and not very nice. And the third example is loss of sense of the city. The story about this House of Officers in Zvolen is very complicated, and I do not want to tell you the story, but it's connected with the Russian soldiers and a Russian settlement that was here during the occupation of Czechoslovakia, that started in 68 and finished about 89. And that was a period when many soldiers with families built a new city in a city, so it was city in a city. And we do not know, we know what to do with such place, but this is kind of amnesia. So we replace, we want to just destroy. This is a very, in Central Europe, this is a trend that in landscape we want to destroy and to just somehow ignore the past. We do not want to see again the sculptures, the statues, the art, and also the buildings that were built. So we completely rebuild the cities to not commemorate. The question is if this is okay, if we ignore a cultural layer that is connected with the landscape. It's once again a challenge to answer. So in my very short presentation, I'm not giving you answers, I'm just asking questions about how to study cultural landscape when we are part of the landscape. And this landscape cannot be landscape without people, so we have to really focus on different elements and search for more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that you are here. So if anybody has some questions regarding this very interesting study, if not, I have one question.
Okay.
As I saw in the cases that you presented, there are different types of discussing about a connection between memory and communication, and I will add this time the word perception, because we are facing times where our kids live in a faster area, in a faster time, with a lot of information, with a lot of things that they have to take in consideration when they get attached to something. So as you presented it, I thought it's extraordinary to choose so different examples. There are things that we want to keep as they are, things that we should adapt to their needs, and things that we should, let's say, somehow change and not try to forget, but try to minimize their significance at some point. How do you think, or did you identify some tools in how to choose which space should be or which place should be in what kind of intervention submitted. Thank you.
It's not easy. As I told in the presentation, I'm asking also you about your feelings, and what I mentioned, we are connected. It's connected with our culture. I think it's completely different in our region, in Central Europe, maybe also in Romania, that our connection to cultural heritage is a bit different, like in Italy or in other countries. I don't know if you understand what I want to say, but if we find tools and we find models, I found out that we cannot apply the same methodology that already exists in other countries, especially in research of cultural landscape. That's why it's not so easy, and that's why I'm still facing some troubles, especially when we talk about cultural elements, cultural values, what we want to keep in memory, what people want to keep in around them in the city. So it's very complicated, and every case study is very special. So that's my experience.
Thank you very much. If anybody else has some other questions, no, then we will go to the next presentation, which is new technologies and social economy for the cultural heritage, 3 cases of participatory process in urban design and planning by Basilica from Technical University of Crete.
Good day. It is a pleasure I'm here today, and many thanks to Donato for the invite. Please allow me to present myself. My name is Basilica Geropanda. I am an assistant professor in urban planning and new technologies at the Technical University of Crete, School of Architecture. And all of my activities are dealing with how we can integrate new technologies in the city, how we can activate, we can initiate bottom-up processes in order to achieve better quality of urban space and better quality of urban design and urban planning. Today I will show you some of the work we have been doing at TUC and some of the concepts we have been developing the last few years. We start from the hypothesis, our work, that extreme urbanization, overpopulation, climate change are only some of the significant challenges that they are affecting our cities today and generally our cultural heritage. These strategies, these phenomena are not only having an extreme effect in the built environment, but also create an unprecedented stress in the local administrations. Taking that into considerations, we started dealing with the topic of reviving cultural heritage, protecting cultural heritage, dealing with cultural heritage, aiming at first gathering information and case studies, best practices on how different we can think about this in the city scale, especially in medium-sized cities as the one we are living in. We are in Chania, located in Chania in Crete. So all of our hypotheses start exactly from the understanding that there are a lot of new planning and design tendencies that they are affecting the way cities work, and they can give us different results and different ideas. Here on the right, you can see the 15 minutes example, and on the bottom you can see Neom, the new city line as built in a line in the northern part of Middle East. Then we are looking at ways and methodologies that can allow us to integrate technologies into urban space, and how these emerging technologies can lead the cities to become better quality of space for their citizens. As a whole, with these references, what we understood and we are trying to work on is that the social economy can be a domain, can be a sector that will allow us to unlock value to the city. And when using smart technologies and smart strategies, smart cities planning policies objectives, we can think of alternative ways to redesign our cities and unlock both urban design and urban planning. Defining the local economy, the social economy, is not obviously an easy task because it includes a large variety of stakeholders between the private, business and public sectors, governance, and it includes organizations such as cooperatives, non-profit organizations and charities. The specific technologies we're looking at are either integrated in the urban environment, as the picture you see above, or they make part of wearables that allow for data extraction and collection. We are looking at both cases, both ways of dealing with technology, as we believe that both are both top-down and bottom-up processes are equally capable of unlocking processes of urban planning and urban design. We believe also that the success of the implementation of the social technologies of the social economy into culturally interesting projects depend exactly on the success of the participatory design. It depends therefore on a successful definition of the collaboration among a large variety of stakeholders. As I mentioned before, that those can be citizens, they can be from the government, they can be organizations, they can be non-profit organizations, they can be charities, they can be simple citizens that they aim at helping their city life. Considering that participatory trajectories, especially in the early planning and implementation of projects, might be crucial since the opinions, perspective, and tacit knowledge of residents can create better ground for projects that are more adapted to their culture, daily habits, tradition, and knowledge and their environment. We are thinking and we are trying to build a number of pilot projects on how giving our attention, not anymore, let's say in this way, giving our attention on how we can push these synergies and how we can acquire more participatory results. Our main argument for all of this thought is that when we put today on the table ideas, the global challenges, global trends, and citizen participation, there is a big possibility that new urban design and planning directions will come up. Thinking of that, here I will show you a video, a short video of some of the projects we have been doing. Now I will show it in the end. It's the same as it finishes, and I would like to present some of the projects we have. The first one is a case study. We're working together with the United Nations Habitat. We're applying, we're using open access technologies. Based on the use of open access technologies, we managed to transform our assistants and our citizens, our participatory to this pilot project, participation to this pilot project into agents of real data collection, meaning that we managed to understand how public space works and go deep in information about it only by using open access technologies. This is an example of such of this large pilot program. It's a huge program that deals with 105 spaces. However, it should be mentioned that only 3 of them I'm showing today. For example, what we are trying to do is that during these open access technologies and during the several information that we are gathering from our agents, we managed to create heat maps in the sense data that show us exactly which areas in the urban grid work better or not and why. So we managed to do a collection of information that are as much as in detail as in the scale of a step, in the scale of a square, in the scale of a whole open public spaces. This information, then we created 3D drawings and we transferred it into a virtual reality application so that we gave the opportunity to the participants to choose among the various design solutions and among their own observations. All of this led us to a number of new redesigning maps, and in this way we managed to deliver to the municipality strategies for reorganizing the public space. Second is a case study on urban design infrastructure. This is to show that the same strategies we're using also in the bigger scale. We are doing an analysis of how much energy we want to reduce in the city scale, how much green and how much healthier environment we need to acquire. And through a number of sensors applied in the city scale and that we are using in very different ways, we are creating a heat map, a roadmap on how we should reinforce the user participation, how we should reinforce all of the discussion that leads us to understand where and why each infrastructure that will solve the problems of energy production should be located and how. This leads us to a number of scenarios that were actually evaluated, and this is to show that all of the titles that you see around are data that they were extrapolated in the city map as a result of the integration of all of the opinions and all of the information regarding the experiment into interactive map. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be at your position for anything that you might need.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was extremely interesting, and it's a topic that should be debated. And it's very, let's say, contemporary. Does somebody has questions for this topic, with this subject? Sorry? Nobody? Then, if I can have my question now. It was regarding the fact that, as you mentioned, when we speak about new technologies, sky is the limit. So again, of course, stakeholders are the ones that you mentioned, citizens and producers and governments and everybody. But in my opinion, they are stakeholders and interested in the process. But for the end, the beneficiary are the people and the communities. So what I see in all the presentation and all the things that debate regarding new technologies, it is a point where we tend to confuse the end with a tool. So new technologies become a purpose, and we tend to do compromises in order to implement them, losing our identity and losing the space. Because at the end, governments, administration, and specialists are all part of the community, are all people living there. If you think about the choice of an intervention that you mentioned there in augmented reality or virtual reality, when you talk about people that are living there for, I don't know, 20 years, or the ones that just come, I think she disappeared. Yeah, are you here? Yeah. And I wanted to know if you had in mind this idea. Where is the point when you have to take care of not losing the purpose?
Yes. First, thank you very much for your great coordination today, Daniela, and thank you everybody for having us here. And thank you for the question. Regarding your question, is a very valid question. Is the key question in this sector, in this field. The truth is that there are not so many on the ground experiments that they include social data, that they include people in the pilot projects. There are starting now this year a little more. We see that there is an effort in all of these people working with smart technologies to approach the users, to approach citizens, to approach the unit, let's say, as we say in local communities. However, there are only few. What we are trying to do, I am completely convinced that without them, it is impossible to come up with a new idea about the project of the city. I think we will, with technology, we will just repeat the older processes, and nothing will change exactly for the reason you just mentioned, because local communities are not going to be involved. So I am a supporter of this process, and we are trying in TUC at the Technical University of Crete to include as much scenarios, methodologies as much as possible in these pilots. So I agree with you absolutely. I think that is a very key issue, and we are trying to see how we can involve more people, because this is the challenge: how you can engage people, how you can involve, how you can reinforce, how you can teach them, how you can train people to participate. And I think that as far as it regards at least the Greek territory that I am more aware, I think that a lot of work is happening in order to gather people's voices today. We need a lot of time also to metabolize them into data that can be transferred in a plan. There is no plan that depicts these voices today. So I think that it's a key issue to look at the urban design and urban planning in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other questions or remarks regarding this topic? No? Then we will go further with the presentation from regarding augmented reality for urban heritage valorization. A study made by Stefano Brusaporci, Fabio Graziosi, Pamela Maezza, Fabio Franchi, and Alessandra Tata from the University of L'Aquila.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Maezza from the University of L'Aquila. I would like to talk to you about the topic of enhancement of the urban heritage, and in particular the enhancement of the historic center of L'Aquila through the use of advanced technologies. After the earthquake which struck the city in 2009, the GPE financed the project called Innovative City Planning through Information and Communication Technologies, INCIPIT. The aim was not only physical city reconstruction, but also the support for the development of economic and research initiatives. Moreover, in 2017, L'Aquila was chosen as one of the 5 Italian cities for 5G experimentation. So, INCIPIT and 5G have come usefully to marry with the University of L'Aquila to play a lead role. The project INCIPIT plus 5G wants to develop solutions for a smart city. The potential of ICT technologies give the opportunity to conduct experiments related to different fields of research, including the enhancement of cultural heritage. After the earthquake, the need to focus attention on the theme of storytelling, in particular of the city, the territory, and the monuments, immediately became evident. The aim was to encourage the rediscovery and reconstruction of the historical, architectural, and the urban values of the places through a cautious rereading of the modification process that have led to the current context. To this end, digital technologies can be tools of great validity, allowing the visualization of information in any place and in real time. Therefore, the research aims to integrate the system of services at the basis of the smart city with application of virtual augmented reality for the knowledge and enhancement of cultural heritage. Within the project, cultural heritage scholars have collaborated with ICT ones, who have created a mobile augmented reality application that can be used in urban environments and in specific interiors. The app aims to tell the story of monuments and places, in particular by superimposing real-time 3D virtual reconstruction to the images framed by user smart devices. The app was used on case studies regarding virtual reconstruction of past configuration or configuration that never existed. The first case study concerned the area of the former San Salvatore Hospital, an extremely stratified area in which the perception of urban area has totally changed over time, especially in the last century. On the basis of the historical documentation and the architectural survey of the current configuration, 3-dimensional models of the area in the different historical periods were created. Digital models favor special readings that are no longer experienced today, such as the area between the monasteries of Sant'Agnese and San Basilio, then reduced with the construction of the Dispensario di Igiene in 1939, which makes the shorefront at the Comtesse of Basilio no longer visible. Or the historical access path to the site along the historical axis of Via Paganica, or the visualization of buildings that no longer exist, such as the Church of Santa Maria del Guasto in the first image, the configuration of the hospital in the first location of the Monastery of Sant'Agnese in the second one, and the first facade of the new hospital built in the 20th century. These 3D models, along with the AR hub, allow the user positioned in space to visualize on the screen of their devices the 3D reconstruction of the urban landscape that surrounds them, as it was in the past several centuries. The second case study is the Church of Santa Margherita, characterized by an unfinished facade. The work focused on the virtual reconstruction of the never completed project. In particular, on the basis of the survey of the church and the analysis of the project drawings, the 3D models on the complete facade was created. Thanks to the AR hub, it's so possible to superimpose the model on the complete church facade. Third and final case study is the Basilica of Colle Maggio. In the 1970s, the Basilica was the subject of a stylistic restoration aimed at the rediscovery of the medieval church, which destroyed the Baroque apparatus. Based on the digital survey of the Basilica and the analysis of historical documents such as archive photos, the Baroque Colle Maggio was digitally reconstructed. Thanks to this model and digital technologies, it's possible to see the digital reconstruction of the Baroque apparatus, now no longer exists, superimposed on the images of the interior of the church. I conclude my presentation by pointing out that the aim of these experiences of digital storytelling is the configuration of a sort of digital museum of the historical center, in which the urban center itself becomes the museum of itself, and the information can be freely experienced by walking through its spaces and visiting the buildings, thus facilitating the knowledge and enhancement of the architectural and the urban heritage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't know if anybody from the team is online.
No, I think they are not here, unfortunately.
Does anybody have some remarks regarding the topic? Or
maybe I have just a quick, not question, but a quick remark on the fact that here in University of L'Aquila, this aspect of augmented reality as a tool to understand the layers along the timeline of the urban landscape is quite important. And I think that is one of the, let's say, way that we have somehow to integrate in our work in academy. So I'm really grateful to the work of Professor Brusaporci's team.
Yeah, it is an extraordinary study. I would just complete with the fact that I think that it still addresses only to our visual perception. And when we talk about memory, as I experienced in L'Aquila, in the summer university, when we talked about sound, and there are all the other senses that I think that somehow should be cooperating in transmitting information regarding the space. Otherwise, I don't know if we can attract the new generation as we want to or as we intend to do.
Exactly. As I mentioned, this is more, let's say, something that is related as a tool for researchers, for people that is studying history of architecture, rather than like the previous one about participation, etc. You are completely, I agree. completely. Yeah, but it's nevertheless is interesting, and we have to do more and more and try how to, in my opinion, integrate all the senses in this kind of augmented reality.
Yes, thank you. I would just have to introduce and present the next contribution, which is sustainable construction site to improve urban resilience, by Mariana Rotirio from University of L'Aquila and Pierluigi Bernadidis again from University of L'Aquila.
Morning, my name is Mariana Rotilio.
Ah,
I'm a
yes,
researcher
yes.
at the
Okay,
Università.
sorry.
Today, I'm going to talk to you about a research related to the sustainable construction site to improve urban resilience. Air pollution is a global environmental problem, in particular due to the consequences that the impact of pollutants has on climate change. It was understood how it is necessary to act in terms of urban regeneration through a systemic approach that aims at reducing pollution, but also at the recovery of non-renewable resources. Many productive sectors are involved in relation to this area. One of these is certainly the construction sector, given the critical relationship between emissions, particulate matter, and construction activities. Most of the daily work carried out on construction sites involves the production of pollutants. And it is evident that in many developed countries, intense urban activities or new building constructions can cause long-term problems at an environmental level, but also health and therefore social problems. The construction site is subjected to wide variation in terms of time, resources, and physical spaces used. For this reason, the construction phase requires a particular management system for negative impacts on the environment that must be controlled and minimized. Often the issue of pollution or emissions is closely linked to the health of the workers present, while this problem is also associated with that of the protection of our residents and sensitive receptors present in the area to minor scale, and the large-scale environmental changes and upheaval. Despite this awareness, the analysis of the state of the art has shown that the existing studies on risk mitigation measures deriving from polluting emissions on construction sites are not adequate, in addition to being limited from a numerical point of view and not generalized because they focus on the analysis of particular situation. They are rated dated. Therefore, they do not contemplate the innovations that have characterized the construction sector in recent years, especially in terms of materials, construction processes, but also new technologies that exploit, for example, the Internet of Things. There is a clear need to expand the research in relation to these issues. Therefore, the study intends to define best practices and risk mitigation strategies due to the production of pollutants, creating a protocol or guidelines tested and validated in case studies on the urban cultural heritage. The methodological approach includes the following steps: analysis of the state of the art, criticality analysis and the elaboration of a risk mitigation protocol, verification of the protocol in an existing construction site, creating a shared database, dissemination. The state of the art looks at the study of the site monitoring systems, legislation on noise and atmospheric emissions, processes and factors that amplify the spread of polluting substances. Based on the previous step, we elaborated the protocol that is organized into 5 topics: environmental management, sound and vibration management, waste management, dust management, landscape management, biodiversity, and architecture. In general terms, it is organized in prerequisites that are mandatory and requisites that are not mandatory. This protocol is then validated on the first case study, but others are planning. The case study is in L'Aquila, in Via Roma, and it is a case of building demolition. The main aim will be the protocol application with or without mitigation strategies. In this way, it is possible to realize a comparison of the results and make an environmental balance. The research provides an experimental section throughout the dust monitoring. In this slide, you can see the monitoring plan and an excerpt of the first result related to the dust production in Via Roma during the demolition activities. With all this study and analysis, it is possible to identify the negative issue and define mitigation strategies. Actually, the research is at this point. The strength of the proposed research is evidently in the importance of the topic and the particular context in which it was conceived. However, it reveals its indubitable relevance in replicability also in other construction sites and other contexts, especially in terms of prevention of natural disasters and risk mitigation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. If anybody has questions or remarks regarding the topic.
Okay, I have one. This is something that often is neglected. We have seen the problem of debris before, but how, to deal, how to follow the evolution of during a reconstruction process of the physical side of the reconstruction, not only how to manage physically, is quite important. What is, in your experience, because you show experience in L'Aquila, what was, in your experience, the most challenge point to deal with in your research?
The most important challenge is to research in this topic. It should be strange, but the state of the art shows that there is no research in a topic so important from the point of view of the impact on the environment, surely, but also especially on people, because this topic became important for us thanks to the observation of our city. Because people are affected by dust, by the pollution, noise of this construction site. So the very challenge is planning in reducing impact. And this is a topic really neglected. Nobody research, few people research in this topic. In my opinion, surely.
No, but also my knowledge. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sarizzi.
So really interesting, and I think what's very interesting is the fact that you also have way in measuring the impact of changes that you can implement through, let's say, flora and fauna and everything else in the area. There are things that can be really measured in time. Thank you very much for your presence. If there are any other remarks or questions. The next presentation will be Herbicide, the Destroy of the City in Time of War, by Silvia Dal Zero from University of Architecture in Venice.
This work is meant to investigate which urban phenomena can take place in a post-war condition of ruins and rubble. In particular, the study will explain urban realities involved in conflict during the Second World War, and also in more recent time in the war in Lebanon with the story of the city. The study is divided in parts relating to the material dimension of the destroyed city and the intrinsic spatial conformation as hills of rubble and modifying coastal lines, nothing more than a pulse of inner material and also general waste. So the city gained a renewed post-war image, a different spatial identity, and another orography that now asks to be revealed. The rubble instead take a meaning in urban design, take an active role in geographical plan, and show an alternative means to describe the overlapping and the solidification of historical sites. So the destroyed city recognized the existence of material which occupies space and needs a project able to make it the essential element of the context where it has to act. Well, in this study, we are going to tell of a city destroyed by the war. So, starting from the cartographic, historical, urban, and territorial evidence in order to tell the story of destroyed cities and of their following environmental, social, and territorial transformation tilts their renewed image and identity. As a consequence, new places, forms, and shapes were appearing during the reconstruction, often just the imitation of a destroyed past, and sometimes years of debris or a new coastal line became the true witnesses of historical tales, monument to the devastation of war. City of Earth. In the German capital, for example, the construction plan and accumulated in dedicated areas going this way to form the 13 artificial hills, more or less height and more or less inside the urban system. The plan of hills was then an interpreter both of the architectures of the territory and of the relations between the different parts of the city. The rubble was amassed in public space, in park, like in Bunker Hill today, recognized as a distinct historical site. Always in the center of Berlin, the most famous artificial hill is Turfors. In fact, in 1964, given the strategic position, USA located a basis for radio interception, active until 1903 and even today present on the top of the hill. Well, the 13 years of rubble were becoming important structure around which the contemporary Berlin went structuring and recognizing itself. A built escape, therefore, not only in the city of Berlin, but also in other urban realities devastated by acts of war, result becoming nothing more than piles of rubble. As the city of Frankfurt, whose destroyed have shape, in particular after the war, the removal of debris was organized through an infrastructure system. The mountains of rubble were then forming just near the railway lines. Many other cities revealed their destruction in nothing more than material, but not only in Germany, also in Italy. For example, in Milan, in fact, at the end of the war, the first act implied to free the ground from debris. In this background, the project for QT8 came up. Piero Bottoni, 1947, where a hills of ruins was planned to Star Mountain, Monte Stella. Sea cities. Starting from the ruins, people consequently shapes the ground. Hills where before was plain, earth, was where before was the sea, demonstrated by cities on the coast like Palermo, for example, and even in Italy, and even in more recent time by the city Beirut. In Palermo, for example, a reconstruction plan was drawn up, which was with regard to the debris of a destroyed city, as well as, in general, waste material they were merely dumping in seawater, and therefore they have modified the limit earth and sea. A new artificial coastal line conquered therefore room in the sea. In more recent time, another example of city destroyed by war is Beirut. At the end of the war in 1990, nothing there was, only a destroyed city, whose ruin testified nothing else but the tragedy of the war. Beirut was conquering another identity, another image. So a radical and a wide reconstruction plan started. The plan focused on along the coastal line, or better, focused on the surface of water which turned into ground because of the disposal of debris and ruin, which had been collocated both during the war years and, above all, in the post-war period. In particular, in Beirut, a complex and organized number of political and economic choices brought to changes the identity of the city. Therefore, the financial society Solidaire was set up with the purpose of general organization of a reconstruction plan. An hedonistic spirit prevailed. An urban village in traditional style was coming out and developing actually in nothing more than a false urban center, similar to Disney, where everything is fake of history narration. Then the project is characterized by the Norman landfills. It is nothing else but a wide piece of land overlooking the sea. Later, on this artificial soil, modern international buildings, often designed by Archistar, would have found place. In addition, traveling up the coast, it is evidence that the Normandy landfill is not the singular reality formed by the legal or illegal dumping of ruins of the destroyed city. But rather, all the coastal line has been more or less in different time and ways, place where material was dumping. In conclusion, this study shows, therefore, what is the real landscape. It tells its story, its material, a particular state of fact, which has been reduced by war action to heaps of rubble. Benjamin himself saw the destruction of a town as essential element of its very foundation. Together with the big city arise also the means to destroy them. So we could speak of herbicide and anytime we have to cope with the conflict or a site of a town. And with this, I have concluded my talk. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. As I know, Ms. Dazero is not here. So if anybody has some thoughts, questions regarding this topic. For me, it was really impressive, and because somehow, beside all the things that we all have in mind hearing about war, it points out again that we should add many more other specialists in our studies, because in a way or another we have to adapt our urban genes to how much death or war we can accept and how can we go further. But hopefully I hope someday I will meet the author of the study and talk about. So how
yes, Daniela,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. By the way, I would like also to meet the author of this study, because there is a lot of say that is beyond this kind of things, like just the debris and build. Also among the audience, next participants is Dr. Professor Porecka that work on Warsaw as well as let's say, reconstructed city. So it's unfortunately we can have a discussion later. Thank you so much, Daniela, because it's wonderful to interact with the practical side, not only with the academy, but as you said, you are the one that put into practice some theoretical part. And thank you very much. I didn't mention that in the next month, BATRA, the Biennale of Architecture of Transylvania, that is a quite exciting, let's say, event, and that in the past treat a lot of arguments and topics that are related with invisibility, with neglected aspect of architecture, with senses, etc., perception, and participation that is dear to me as a topic. So if you have time, just look to BATRA 2021. It will be really excellent to see, even if there are something in English, I hope, Daniela.
Yes, we have translated part of the thema and the topic for each year. They are in English, so you can see we also have memory and communication in 2015 and going up to now, when we have that idea of community with .com beginning, because we change the type of the communities we are part of, and we have to adapt, but not to lose our values. And it's what we want to present, what we want to transmit through our conferences and meetings in the Biennale of Architecture from Transylvania. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Daniela. Thank you to all the presenters. And we are going to have a break. We are not running that much out of time, just 15 minutes. So we will meet here at 12:25, okay? 10 minutes break, and we will start again with the third session, Disaster Mitigation for Urban Cultural Heritage. The chair will be Dr. Tomoyuki Mashiko. Dr. Mashiko from Waseda University, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so after the break, the floor will be yours. Thank you so much. See you in a while, 10 minutes. Thank you. Dr. Mashiko, as I introduced before, is the chair of the third session. Dr. Mashiko, after a PhD at the University of Ferrara, now is assistant professor at Waseda University. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Rizzi. It is my pleasure to be a chair for this international academic conference. And the third session, the theme is disaster mitigation for urban cultural heritage. And I think, as Laura wrote in chat, we have for presentation in this session. And first contribution is a multi-risk analysis to integrate disaster risk reduction in urban planning practice in historical cities, presented by Dario Esposito, Elena Cantatore, and Alberico Sonnessa from Polytechnic University of Bari.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Dario Esposito from the Polytechnic University of Bari, and I will present you our study about multi-risk mapping to support urban planning for disaster risk reduction in historic cities. Climate change and environmental destabilization have reached critical levels. Extreme events are increasingly frequent and intense, and they overlap considerably, amplifies negative impacts. This upward trend is expected to continue in the coming years, along with unsustainable development. Recent disasters show a gap in the level of preparedness of cities, especially historic areas, need to strengthen their coping capacity in the near future. This urban environment holds considerable tangible as well as intangible values. It is fragile because it is exposed to multiple transformative pressures, namely uncontrolled tourism and the presence of minority or disadvantaged groups. At the same time, it is characterized by the high weakness in managing changes. This is because, unlike other critical infrastructure, it is not replaceable, it is unmovable, lacks redundancy, and in most cases suffer constraints which hinder its strengthening through solely technical intervention. Urban planning usually operates in the long term during a steady state or preparedness phase. However, since emergency states are becoming constant, urban planning is getting closer to emergency planning, and for many aspects these two tend to merge. Indeed, it is necessary to switch from a reactive governance approach, which is based on destruction effects, for instance disaster management and operative responses, to a proactive one, informing strategies for safety, adaptation, and anticipation of risk uncertainties. Moreover, in face of a pressing need for the conservation of historical sites, the challenge is that of timely implementing continuously updated and adaptive processes, able to take into primary consideration global risks due to both anthropogenic and natural hazard-borne disasters, correlated with dynamical changes happening at the local level. When the aim is to improve the process of evaluation, control and redesign of the historic built environments in the face of risks, an investigation of human social vulnerability factor is of fundamental importance. This is because despite the availability of emergency plans for preparedness, a poor understanding of actual human behavior negatively affects the overall process of emergency management. But when we focus attention on humans involved in disasters, we must look at the environment setting as perceived, cognized, and spirits in order to analyze situations produced by behavioral relationship between agents and with places. Thus, we should identify which individual, social, environmental, and operational features affect people's decision-making processes and motivation for action, and, as a whole, how all these factors interact to reduce or increase risks for people. Therefore, a representation of fundamental parameters to be considered should be made, as for instance social relationship between agents and with the attachment to places, but also the presence of users with a limited familiarity with the local area, as the dynamic spatial interaction between agents and built environment. This accounts for both social and spatial interaction between people and with places based on human spatial behavior paradigm, evaluation of the level of crowding, and the spatial characteristics of the impacted area affecting human spatial perception. For instance, an analysis of the planimetry of the area to assess wayfinding, task complexity, or the tendency to follow others. All these factors are of interest of the rescued project. Indeed, a multi-risk methodology was developed and applied to the case studies of the historical center of Morphotypological and Ascoli Satriano, located in the Apulia region in Italy. This aims at understanding and comprehensively mapping risks, which are simultaneously threatening the local community and visitors, the historic building, and the geomorphological composition on which they lie. The proposal combines a space syntax assessment of social exposure with vulnerability evaluation of both the built environment conservation and the weakness caused by the subsidence. Morphotypological is a coastal town, and Ascoli Satriano is located on the edge of the Apennines. However, they are representative of two ancient towns typical of the Italian landscape. From a preliminary evaluation of the plan and topography, both case studies present interesting typological affinities and comparable differences, which may play a determinant role in influencing pedestrian spatial behavior during emergencies. Our work starts from data analysis, and principal risk factors for each case studies were mapped, namely the conservation state of building for Morphotypological and the subsidence diffusion for Ascoli Satriano. Then a space syntax analysis was conducted. This is a good trade-off to build an exploratory modeling capable of coherently linking aspects of individual spatial behavior to environmental characteristics. In fact, it is able to indirectly consider the behavior of evacuating pedestrians as a result of the spatial configuration, namely, based on the planimetric layout of the area and the spatial distribution of the built elements. Moreover, given the peculiarity of the building environment typology and its spatial layout, the factor of planimetric configuration becomes crucial. This analysis revealed the probability field of choice of road segments by pedestrians moving towards safe areas, which were assumed to be located outside the historic center. Therefore, the space syntax analysis is a first step in understanding the intrinsic characteristics of the spatial configuration of places in their bionivocal relationship with the behavior assumed by people in their use. This is aimed at understanding and accommodating human protective spatial behavior, often irrational and possibly biased, as a natural resource in case of emergency, rather than follow top-down counterintuitive sets of rules from evacuation plan that are unlikely to be referred to in case of danger by large segments of the population, and even less so by occasional visitors. Thus finally, both results were combined. Here I present first results from the Morphotypological case study. The interpolation of different spatial information is able to give us aggregated measures of risks. These combine static data about physical features and a representation standing for the dynamic of the use. In the case of Morphotypology, it was possible to identify, for instance, sole passages like access gates in historic centers, which are liable to bottlenecks, popular places attracting high volumes of users and so subject to crowding, in which there may be visitors with limited familiarity with the area. Vulnerable areas subject to gathering, for instance, museum and religious sites, building at risk of collapse in streets obstructing evacuation flows. In this case, the map highlights hotspots where fabric collapsing or debris falling can threaten human life in open space during evacuation. Indeed, the mutual interaction between people escaping along streets network and the vulnerability of the adjacent buildings shows up not only in case of structural and non-structural disruption directly causing fatalities, but also due to the indirect effect of wreckage obstructing roads for evacuees and impeding access for rescuers providing assistance. Through the integrated analysis of the state of conservation of the built environment and the preferred use of space, the potential combined dynamic effects due to the modification of the evacuation scenario caused by the effects of destruction affecting the accessibility of the historic center, for instance, the collapse of the built environment due to fragility, have been represented and spatially assessed. From this point of view, the perspective of reducing the vulnerability of the historical built environment through a people-oriented approach means improving the ability of the urban aggregate to preserve the road infrastructure in order to increase the resilience of the system in the immediate post-disaster phase. As you can understand, the multi-risk analysis is a new way of risk mapping, which does not only focus on the intrinsic vulnerability of the built environment per se, but also combines this with the use of space, namely it considers user exposure and some specific human-related vulnerability. And now some few final thoughts. The process proposed is designed to identify priority intervention in order to mitigate sudden onset risks, improving immediate emergency management, as well as establishing requirements for long-term urban planning. From the point of view of the planning of localized risk mitigation intervention, only thanks to such a multi-risk analysis it is possible to shed light on cross impacts namely identifying possible and intended consequences due to design or organizational choices which are aimed at improving the coping capacity of the system toward a specific risk, but which may lead to a worsening of the response to other types of dangers. In this perspective, scenario analysis incorporating different proposals will be developed in the near future in order to compare and evaluate design solution and transformation. The proposed human-based approach aims to complement the strategies of planning and risk management typically based on specialized technical assessment that are expressed with the redesign and realization of new infrastructure for the containment of disaster impacts. Because it is particularly suitable in the case of an historical built environment, which, as has been said, it is not easily adaptable. I thank you for your kind attention. Here you can find some useful references. And of course, if you want to keep in touch, feel free to drop me an email.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Esposito. Does anyone have questions or comments for this contribution? If no, Dr. Esposito, can I ask you some question?
For sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. I would like to ask you how, basing on the result of this study, could you are you doing any outreach to local administration? For example, you already excellent result of this study, and do you have a plan to explain to the local administration, for example, in order to modify the piano di protezione civile or the piano regolatore generale? I'm very interested to how modify the ordinary planning tool basing on this result of this study.
So as I have said, it is an ongoing project. It will last till the end of 2022. And our plan is to go on comparing other kind of risk and different risk in the same area, but with the perspective of incorporating in a how to say, manageable, handling way the use of space, because it is usually neglected. As far as your interested question, I must say that we are in touch with the local authorities, and for sure we will provide our final results, even if they are still research results. I mean, they can be improved for sure with other kind of observation on field, on use, on different moment of year, on different moment of the day. There are a lot of other analyses that can be produced. For instance, we plan to do some multi-agent simulation. But the point is that how a municipality could really adopt or integrate these findings in their planning, it's a big question. It's not easy. It usually depends on the I think sensibility of the administration. It may happen that they are open to new methodologies, or are open to how to say, to make some choice and decision based on research results. But as all we know, the research field is not easily adaptable or integrable into really public decision which are usually governed by other kind of interest, for instance, economic interest. What I can say is that if we think to limit the access of this historical area, for instance, in case of to avoid crowding somehow, it could be really an issue. It could be a problem because local commercial retail shops and also restaurants could be against these choices. So for sure, something that have to be made is to integrate these results with a real participatory process, which is really useful to allow people to access this kind of information and also understand what are the problems which may arise. From this point of view, it's not only a matter of adapt law or municipality planning, but it is also a matter of educate people and people who leave some space. That's my point of view, but there are many issues here and everyone has his expertise.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for your answer. I'm very appreciate it. And when your research project finished in 2022, I would like to hear how the end of your studies. Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Esposito. Thank you. So now we can move on to the next contribution. Second contribution is disaster mitigation on a cultural heritage site in Garut, Indonesia, presented by Kartika Puspitasari and Hidehiko Kanegae from Lithuania University.
Good afternoon. First of all, let me introduce myself first. My name is Kartika Puspitasari. I'm from Indonesia, and today, together with my Professor Hidehiko Kanegae from Lithuania University, we would like to share our study with the title Disaster Mitigation of a Cultural Heritage Site in Garut, Indonesia. So we divided our presentation into 4 parts. Start with the introduction, research question and methodology, results and discussion, and conclusions. The introduction start with the location of Garut Regency. So Garut is one of the municipalities in Indonesia with a very high multi-hazard disaster risk index. The area is prone to several kinds of hazards. Start with the volcanic eruptions, landslides, floodings, extreme weathers, and tsunamis. So here is the main focus of our study, Jangkwang Cultural Heritage Site. So the site comprises of 5 main attractions. The first one is the lake, and then the Heritage Site Museum, the Jangkwang Temple, and the Kampung Pulo Indigenous Hamlet, and also the grave of an Islamic letter and messenger. The site is protected under the Indonesian law number 11, year 2010 about cultural heritage, and it's a very unique site actually because it is an acculturation and transition from Hindu to Islam culture. So this is the main focus of our study, the Kampung Pulo Indigenous Hamlet. There are many local wisdom and rules, or we call it as pamali in Kampung Pulo. So the hamlet itself comprises only comprises 6 houses and a mosque. So these represents the 6 daughters and a son of the Islamic letter and messenger. So the houses have similar structures and shape, which represent the equity, togetherness, and modesty. So the houses are basically Sundanese traditional houses, which were built on stilts, and the roofs originally built from bamboo fibers. The houses are facing north and south, but the mosque itself was built facing west. So research question and methodology. This study would like to answer how disaster mitigation has been applied in the Jangkong Heritage Site, especially at Kampung Pulau Indigenous Hamlet, and the methodology used in this study. This research uses a qualitative approach with descriptive analytical methods. The data were collected through observations and interviews with the caretaker or kunchan and the Jangkong site officers. So result and discussion. Here are some principles that has been established by the Indonesian government regarding the earthquake-resistant building structures to minimize the impacts of the earthquakes. One of the principles mentions that the roof construction should use a material that is lightweight and simple. So here are the pictures of the houses found in Kampung Pulau Indigenous Hamlet. So on the left side, we can see the house of the Kunchan or the caretaker. The house of the Kunchan is still original compared to the other 5 houses, which, for example, have already made some modification, especially for the roof. And then here, if we take a closer look to the house of the caretaker, so we compare it to the typical structure and construction of an imah panggung or Sundanese traditional house. As we can see here, the shape of both houses are very similar. So the house of the caretaker is still maintaining the original shape of the Sundanese traditional house, especially if we take a closer look to the roof and also the holes or stilts. And then here are some pictures showing the materials, the building materials used, especially for the caretaker house. So as we can see here, the houses are only using woods and bamboos. As we know that woods and bamboos are lightweight materials, and there are no glass materials were found for the house. As we know also that the wood is an earthquake resistant building materials because it can resist compression and tension. As we refer, for example, the 3 principles in the construction of earthquake resistant wooden houses. The house should be simple and has a symmetrical floor plan, and then the building materials should be as light as possible. Here are the pictures showing the pedestals and the poles using as the foundation of the houses. The poles actually to connect the under and the middle world, because the Sundanese believe the world is divided into 3 parts. So for the conclusion, traditional houses of Kampung Pulau, as many Indonesian vernacular houses, have applied the system mitigation, which may be applied to modern architectural design. Thank you very much. That is all my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Spitasari. Are there any questions or comments or second contribution from the audience?
Yes.
Okay, Sensei.
Okay. Just a quick question. How do you relate this measure that you are talking about? I mean, is the doctor is present? Or not?
Yes, I think so.
She is.
Yeah, she is.
Okay. Okay. So how? Hello. How you can, let's say, think to this measure not as something that you are doing after the experience from the fact that you learned because earthquake happened, but how can we think about implementation of these measures, let's say, before, like, the aim of the conference is pre-disaster planning. So how in advance, but really in advance, to think about it. What is your opinion about?
I'm sorry, Sensei. Actually, I could not hear you very clearly.
Okay, so I will put really simple. Can I? Okay. You talk about disaster mitigation. That is always as a result of a lesson learned from the past or from is after something happened. But we are thinking how to implement really in advance. I mean, not just 1 year before, but decades before. So what do you think, or how do you think you can implement such a measure in the pre-disaster planning?
Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully I could answer this correctly. So, Sensei, from what I found from the houses, the traditional houses, so the construction has already applied the the earthquake resistant structure, and then I also found in some papers, so this kind of structure, some of the architectures have applied this to the modern building, but in case of pre-disaster planning, perhaps how to say it, some of the principles for the construction can be adapted, perhaps, especially for the local situation. Is that
Thank you. You answered. Thank you to my doubt. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Sensei. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. I think your presentation is really connected with the keynote presentation from Dr. Giasu, I think, because he also mentioned that learning from tradition, and he said that what we can learn and what cannot we learn. So maybe we need to select which part of the traditional housing can apply for the pre-disaster planning.
Yeah, I think that's also what I would like to say. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we can come back to the European country. We can see the Italian case. The title is Reversible Prefab Construction and Urban Planning Strategies to Increase Resilience in the Built Heritage, presented by Federico Cavalieri and Marianna Lottiglio and Pierluigi De Bernardis from Università of L'Aquila.
Good morning, I'm Federico Cavalieri. I'm a PhD student at the University of L'Aquila, and I'm glad to present to you our contribution for this session, titled Reversible Prefab Constructions, Strategies to Increase Resilience in the Built Environment. We started the research asking how is prefab architecture perceived. It is often perceived as a low-cost and low-quality answer to a need, As Mission Calindo says in her preface to contemporary prefab houses, for many the word prefab conjures up memory of post-war residential or streets of houses constructed in precast concrete, steel and timber panels to address the severe housing shortage. Especially in Italy, is often perceived as a rush reaction to an emergency if we think about the dozen upon dozens of abandoned containers still stocked in Umbria after the earthquakes that took place in the late 1900s. Lastly, they can be seen as new towns with no easy access to services. Such is the case of L'Aquila, where after the 2009 earthquake, the government decided to build 19 settlements, the Progetto Case, costing over 700 million euros, that were dislocated from the city center and composed a series of sprawling settlements around the city. So, what can we learn from those experiences? We can learn that a response to an emergency should be planned, fast, low cost, and high quality, without drawbacks such as low quality or high cost of the constructions. And last but not least, sprawling, because sprawling could cause the death by abandonment of the original city center. So overall, prefab architecture has been used as a reactionary solution to a problem. Could we instead be able to integrate the use of prefab architecture in the built environment to mitigate the effect of those kind of events? A possible answer to this question is the one represented by the NYC Emergency Housing Prototype. This design standard, promoted by the AMSS and designed by Garrison Architects, is aimed at a just-in-time production of living modules that could be located on vacant lots in the built environment, so to avoid the displacement of the people in case of an emergency. As is well put by James Garrison himself, the prototype is innovative because it allows residents to remain within their communities instead of being displaced for months or even years. This kind of shelter in place is crucial for successful rebuilding. As you can see in the slide, all the components of this system are designed to be produced at the same time by different manufacturers, then assembled and deployed to the lots via volumetric system. The system designed by Garrison Architect is characterized by a high degree of reversibility and a deployment approach aimed at reducing refurbishment operation between emergencies. However, after the initial just-in-time production of the models, the city will have stocking costs that could result in abandonment or decommission of said models. That is a problem similar to the one we saw in Umbria. To mitigate those issues, we are currently developing a prefab system at the Università dell'Aquila that aims to exchange those stocking costs usually present after an emergency with running costs that could add social value while avoiding the risk of abandonment or decommission. This approach inverts the traditional paradigm of building the models after the emergency, building them before the emergency, and deploying them for non-crucial functions, for example, putting them in existing university campuses to serve as study halls or additional office spaces. While this solution has its advantages both in terms of response time and social value, it introduces an ulterior degree of complexity on the planning side, needing to find functions and lots that can be vacated on a short notice. At the time of this presentation, the development of the system is proceeding on two parallel tracks. On one end, we are working to optimize the design to reduce refurbishing operation between deployments. This aspect is crucial if we think about a system that should be relocated in a matter of days. On the other hand, we are planning a pilot deployment of the system in the campus located in Coppito L'Aquila. This pilot deployment will be instrumental to assess how the system we designed behaves when located and then relocated. Lastly, I leave you some reference if you're curious about how prefab construction is perceived or what is the state of art. And two references, the last two. One about the NYC emergency housing prototype is the Garrison Architects website, where you can find articles or even a blog describing how the system is evolving. And the last reference is an article in the proceedings of Colloquiate 2020 that describes the system we are currently developing.
Okay, thank you so much for the contribution. Does anyone have comments or question for the very interesting presentation? Oh, okay. Professoressa Litti?
First, before to go to your question or your comment, but I would like to give it to Federico one comment. Is anyone, if you feel shy to ask something, just type into the chat, and eventually Laura will translate, even in Italian, for the one that are Italian, and Laura or myself, we will try to translate the question to the presenters. But I have a question for Federico. You know, architecture, modern architecture, contemporary architecture, pointed always the finger on modularity. So when we talk about temporality, temporal houses, temporal blah, 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 we talk about modularity. After this pandemic, on the flourish of literature on what will be the city, one of the most interesting comments for me as urban planner was by Philip Stark, that is a designer. And he was really critic about the modules. He said that we have to stop to talk about modularity. And I think that your contribution is going the direction that is signaling, and to talk about seriality. So it's something about let's say about the topic, your topic. I think that is quite important because you talk about stocking.
Yes.
And we have to talk about how to room this place, but also how to be quick and efficient in reconstruction. So one of the things, talking about pre-disaster planning, probably is not to think about temporality, but to think about permanent serial prefab constructions, if I can say. Do you agree with that? Is going your work on this?
At the same time, I don't agree at all with the definition given by Philip Stark, since if we think about, for example, Richard Meyer uses modularity in all his projects, and we have always a different result and I value result. So yeah, modularity is for sure something that is badly perceived in architecture, but is necessary when we are going from the architectural aspect in the pure form to a technological description of the building. For what you were saying about the necessity of having some response that is produced in a serial fashion, yeah, I agree absolutely about that.
I think that we are losing our tradition in prefab, unfortunately. This is why, personally, I know Richard Meyer since I mean my university career, but I think that in his provocation, I think that Phil Stark is right, because I see a lot of embedded, not in your work, I have to, but embedded modules starting from existential minimum from the Frankfurt House module. And we follow this kind of topic that is, this kind of trend that is more, let's say, comfortable zone for designers, because you design a unit and you say, I have only to add units. So I think that your work is going more in the direction of to work on sustainable let's say, way of construction.
On what we actually call sustainable hedonism. We have to have high standards of living while having something that is sustainable both on an economical and an environmental side.
Yeah, thank you.
So much for your discussion. I also wondered how, so if you put this reversible prefab in actual field, and so this prefab is non-crucial function, right? So depending on the user, maybe they can customize in a way they want to use. I don't know, for the commercial or social gathering or whatever. I think that not only reversibility, but also customization could be one of the key word for the future developing. Okay,
yeah, sure.
This is my impression. Okay.
So you're right about that. You have to customize then the function you put in it and the model according to the function.
And also here in Japan, we have also the same, not the same, but one case in Onagawa City, which is devastated by the Great East tsunami. And Ban Shigeru tried to do, I think, almost the same idea, but I don't know. I think that model is already removed by the local administration. But if you want to search the case of Japanese case, I can introduce some materials or paper, whatever. Yes.
I will look it up for sure. This example, since it's always a pleasure to see something designed by Shigeru.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Okay, so now we have the last contribution. The title is research is lessons learned from limitations of a previous tsunami disaster risk reduction, Taro District case, the Great East Japan earthquake, presented by Takayuki Wanibe from Lithuania University.
Hello everyone, I'm Takayuki Wanibe, first graduate student of Lithuania University in Japan. Okay, lessons learned from limitations and previous tsunami disaster risk reduction in Taro District case, the Great East Japan earthquake. What is the most important point in tsunami disaster risk reduction? The purpose of this study is to get lessons learned from tsunami disaster of the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011 by hearing residents in Taro District. The Great East Japan earthquake occurred 2:46 p.m. on Friday, 11th March 2011. It was a magnitude of 9, which was the earthquake that shocked Japan as a whole, and was the largest earthquake in the history of observation in Japan. The arrival time of tsunami with over 9 meters high in Taro District was about 35 minutes after the earthquake. But the fastest time of tsunami arrival was 2:54 p.m. in Kisenuma City. It was about 8 minutes after the earthquake and about 5 minutes after the first major tsunami warning was issued. So it is no time to prepare evacuation. It could be said that this disaster was the complex disaster. The earthquake caused tsunami, which caused fires and a nuclear meltdown due to damage to power supply equipment. In addition to that, land subsidence and liquefaction occurred. In the Taro District, I will explain the damage in detail later. The tsunami height at the observation point was 19 meters, and the tsunami inundation height was 16.6 meters, which was as high as the first floor of the building. In the Taro district, 181 people were dead or missing. The main town area A was ruined by tsunami, but most of the victims and debris were not flowed out to the sea by the pulling waves due to the seawall. On the other hand, in the residential area B, tsunami pulled various things to the sea due to the destruction of the part of the seawall by the pulling waves. However, this town had learned from the past tsunami disasters and had been much more active to the tsunami disaster risk reduction than the other tsunami hit area this time. As a hardware countermeasures, firstly, the big sea walls with 10 meters high called the Great Wall of Taro had been built to surround the entire town. Secondly, roads had been arranged in a grid pattern so that people could quickly evacuate to the nearby evacuation points, even at night. As a software countermeasures, tsunami evacuation drills were held regularly, and many displays indicating evacuation sites and routes installed everywhere in the town. Through those efforts, the town declared Tsunami Disaster Prevention Town in 2003. Of course, most of the people, about 4,000 people, evacuated and saved, so that it could be said that such efforts were effectively practiced. Actually, many people, including the elders and infants, could quickly evacuate to higher ground under cover of the local junior high school students who received education of tsunami disaster risk reduction. Still, the strategy could not protect the town perfectly. Almost the people, even evacuating people, never thought that tsunami would get over the seawalls. So some people went back to their houses despite having evacuated once, or some people were overconfident and didn't evacuate. After 2011, the new sea walls are constructing there. About this, voices of anxiety are also heard. And the municipal government planned for relocation rather safer hillside of a mountain. But some residents rebuilt in the same place as before because of the delay developing hill relocation. However, the most important point of tsunami disaster risk reduction is self-help, protect my own life. Of course, reliable seawall is needed as a hardware countermeasure to earn time to evacuate. But also it is a software countermeasure that we can learn this time, such as raising tsunami disaster risk awareness, initiative evacuation, and establishment of evacuation cooperation system for people requiring support as the local students did. It is necessary to take more software countermeasures than hardware ones that this study reveals. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. And does anyone have questions or comments? Hopefully from Italian researchers or maybe Dr. Esposito. I think you almost not your research theme is a bit similar to Wanibe because you analyze the historical center of Puglia in Puglia and like evacuation route and like risk of well, anyway, if you don't have, can I ask for your. Okay, thank you. Anyway, Manibe-san, I would like to ask you about in your abstract, you mentioned that self-help is very important for evacuation, but also at the end of your conclusion, you mentioned how we can establish the cooperative evacuation system basing on the self-help. And if you have idea how for pre-disaster planning, how we can update the existing system or existing way of evacuation drill, or if you have some idea.
Thank you, Dr. Mashiko. The evacuation cooperation system is so difficult to construct because at this time, junior high school students have awareness to evacuate actively or initiatively. So the evacuation system is not already constructed. The result of the local students did. So firstly, it is necessary to prepare disaster evacuation awareness, or evacuation evacuation lesson. We have to do the evacuation lesson many times. It is necessary firstly. Sorry, I'm not good at English. Sorry, what is your question?
Just basing on the lessons learned from Taro district, how we can update existing system or existing way of evacuation for future perspective. Yes.
In Taro district, people had overconfidence. So even if there is super seawall, but if the earthquake will happen, they have to evacuate in just case every time. So yeah, so I think so. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer. Okay, so now we finished all contributions for this session. And does anyone have comment?
Okay. May I ask if Sensei Kanegai Sensei is here, if he can add something on this topic of disaster mitigation, if he is available, is not.
Hi.
Hi.
Kanegai Sensei.
Yeah, I'm so busy. Sorry.
No, sorry to
just Olympic
just if you
ceremony
just
start.
well, yeah,
No,
just a comment. Just a comment. Yes.
Mr. Wanibe, I'm not a co-author, but he's my student.
No.
So the important thing for the disaster risk reduction is basically based on to the individual evacuation. Finally, yeah, of course, the public support and mutual support also important thing. But in case of suddenly tsunami approaching, people should individually escape to the higher place. There are no alert, but tsunami coming. Then in such a case, in Taro case, the super seawall, highest megastructure of the seawall, made people weakened. Then the reconstruction process, they are worrying about sort of next tragedy, then they would be more, making high awareness to like a radar site of watching everything. To stand by for the evacuation. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much, Kanegai sensei. And I tried to interexchange our knowledge or result of our studies between European country and Asian country. And also I tried to pass upon visit to the next session. So I think I asked to the presenters about the disaster planning, but for integrate whole session, I tried as much as possible. And thank you so much for all contributors and questioners. And maybe I can pass to Paola Lit Sensei.
Thank you so much, Tomoyuki Mashiko, Dr. Mashiko. It's a pleasure as usual to work with you. Now we are going to the break. We are a bit running out of time, half an hour. So if it's possible, I would like to ask you to be here at 2:15 instead of 2 p.m. Italian time, also to respect the fact that our Asian colleagues are in the going to the deep part of the night. So I really appreciate that they are coming and staying here with us. And I know that Dr. Huyakorn is also present to chair the fourth session. So I remind to everybody that the chair of the sessions has as a task to decide which is the best presentation or abstract. And at the panel session, we will declare for each session which one was the best paper. And we will ask to the chair of the session also to say just a sentence for the reason why is the best paper. So thank you so much. I don't know what to say to our colleagues, but for the Italians or the European, have a nice lunch break. We will see in 45 minutes again here. Thank you. We open the, let's say, fourth session of this conference, and it's my pleasure to leave the floor to Dr. Huyakorn, Director of UDDI at Thammasat University, and it seems that it's quite dense, your session, so I will leave you the floor. I just would like to remind to the chairs that they have already, I had a couple, you have to let's say, to signal and decide which is the best abstract or presentation. So we will declare in the panel of discussion. Thank you. Composite, floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Chrissy, and greeting to all the colleagues from all over the world. Welcome to the fourth session of this International Academic Conference. The fourth session will be discussing about pre-disaster planning for urban cultural heritage. My name is Homisit Huyakon. A pleasure to meet you all. So there will be 5 presentations in this session, so we will try to keep it punctual. Let's try to keep the discussion no more than 3 minutes. So if any of you have any question or remark or thing to discuss, please raise your hand. There's the button on the bottom right of the screen. So I will try to address that one by one, as much as we can. The first presenter, Mr. Federico Puccioni from UDDI Thammasat University, Bangkok, will be presenting Urban Cultural Heritage, Awareness of the Contemporary Condition at the Light of the Actual Pandemic. So, Mr. Federico, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. The title of this contribute is Urban Cultural Heritage, Awareness of the Contemporary Condition at the Light of the Actual Pandemic. The objective of this reflection is to try to aim to allow stakeholders to devise possible futures in the urban scenarios in an adherent and synchronic way to the needs of the contemporaneity without compromising the necessary premises of the urban condition. Somehow there is, reading in between the lines, the idea of sustainability, and this is going to be applied to the topic of the lecture. In the introduction, I would like to explain how this COVID situation has exposed many of the weaknesses of the fragility in the city's socioeconomic and physical systems. Somehow, in many topics, urgency is becoming the only reason, the only way the things can be carried out, the kind of anxiety. It's actually a kind of condition of existence. But somehow, we know that the city is not only a physical fact. This is something which is coming from the classic city theory. We can see in the landscape painting of the 18th century how the interaction of human, anthropic, and physical and natural factor was somehow already a part of a unicum. In this, we can see actually the images of the public spaces in the beginning of the modernity, how they were conveying some special features, and also in the theory of Lynch about and the concept of imageability, we can understand how the city is not composed only by what we see and what we can touch. But today, actually, the contemporary age is asking for continuous practical answer, always and continuously. This one is just like a short collection of clues and hints of things which we are constantly bombed somehow. And the scientific state of the COVID-19 response in the built environment has been summarized shortly in this very good publication in 4 areas. In the last area, we can see how the transportation and the urban design solutions are driven by urgency, fear, need for responses, which are deeply influenced by the socio-political contexts. And as I said previously, urgency, fear, and somehow parallel with overconsumption, with war, with tragedy, with using the word hero, is reflected in the city usage, is reflected in the perception of the city. So the real point is this one. Can we forget, could we be able to forget the tangible, intangible, and temporal characters of the urban cultural heritage? In other words, can we work in the entwining link existing in the tangible, intangible, and temporal character of the urban cultural heritage? I choose some of this photo also to try to provoke and to try to oversee the main big field of the urban cultural heritage, which is composed not only by the art, but also by the memory of the place and by the public features of some spaces. For this reason, I want to try to highlight 3 factors to try to change this paradigm of view. The first one is like a reflection on the survival on the heritage. The heritage survived during the ages. the heritage which come to our days. It's something which survived during the century. So rethinking about the positioning and going beyond the physical aspect can be something very interesting to be done for the stakeholders. And I chose these two pictures, one from Cartier-Bresson of the 60s, and another one, it's the forum in Pompeii. The second point is the intangible factors. We can try to include them in the frame. There was a moment where somehow all the theory decided that the monument became the document. And somehow we, in the actual zoning, in the actual urban plans, we have this kind of borders in the area. At the same time, it's well known that some of the places are victim of their success. And we can say that in some area, the touristification is a kind of state as exception. The third factor is about the temporal characters. The city is made by layers. The city and the stratification of events create the complexity of our city. At the same time, there is the need by the heritage to rethink and try to make a reflection about the role of the cultural heritage in the modernity, also in the post-modernity. And then, so the scenarios are absolutely open, and what is it necessary is a proactive reflection on the time. Or in this case, I decided to put this metaphoric picture about one installation by Miturai in Pompeii. What we need, in my opinion, is a shift from the perception, in other words. Why? The interaction of the aforementioned factors can converge towards a change of paradigm in the approach of the tangible, intangible, and temporal characters of the built heritage. From perception to awareness, preparedness, and mitigation. We need to look for an approach where the energies can be given to plan, design, and raising the level of preparedness for emergency, cultural losses, and reflection on the non-renewable values in the built heritage. It's something which goes beyond the emergency. It's something which goes beyond the urgency. In the second point, every stakeholder is responsible for a piece of responsibility. So it's a kind of shared worldwide responsibility. And third, we need to look for an approach where the efforts are aiming to the creation of aware urban cultural heritage perspective, able to respond to future unknown black swan event in a sustainable way. And in this case, we need to frame the sustainable meaning, which is the balance among the conservation and the valorization of the cultural heritage. And as a last reminder, I would like to focus in a very architectural reflection by Le Buswood. The war leveled the old city much more than a physical sense. It reduced the multi-layer complexity of meanings to one-layer tableau. This is actually, in my personal opinion, the risk which I can see in all of this. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Federico, for your contribution. So I will open the floor if there are any question or discussion to the presenter. Please raise your hand. Okay, if not, I will do the honor then. So, Federico, you have a really interesting remark toward the end. The one that piqued my interest the most is regarding the stakeholder. That you mentioned that all stakeholder has responsibility to be a part of this. Let's say, if we link to the topic of the session about pre-disaster planning for the cultural heritage. Would you like to highlight any specific responsibility or specific stakeholder that you think crucial to be the evangelist or to be the leader in this thing?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, absolutely, for this question. Yeah, there was one or two picture which I tried to give a suggestion, let's say, and I show, for instance, the photo of one of the famous Italian influencer at the museum. And why this? Because actually, in my opinion, there is a great level margin for discussion among the public, and especially much more in detail to the responsibility of the public in trying to open up a little bit more the field of the possible collaboration and partnership. So somehow I will say that if in a matter of stakeholders, from a point of view, there are
differences in all the contexts, but for sure, I kind of still believe in the role of the public in the way of host of the public interest of the cultural heritage. And to be clear, with cultural heritage, I mean not only according to the Italian regulation, but I mean the very broad and big complex of relationship, which can go from the art manufact until the landscape human anthropic scale. That's why it's a comprehensive topic, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Welcome.
is there any other remark or discussion? If not, I will move on to the second contribution. Thank you so much again, Federico. So the second presentation entitled Alternative Risk Reduction Strategies, a comparison-based framework for Italian historic centers, is from three contributors: Rosa De Pauli from Faculty of Architecture, Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria, and Enrica Di Micheli from Faculty of Civil Engineering, Unicasano University, and Francesca Giuliani from Department of Civil and Industrial Engineering, University of Pisa. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Hello everyone, I'm Francesca Giuliani, and today I'm presenting a comparison-based study on Italian historic centers with the objective to propose an alternative and shared risk management strategy. The approach is based on the consolidated methodological framework identified by international organizations like UNESCO, ICOM, and ICOM. These international and human use hazards in the Mediterranean area have widely affected heritage sites and stress the need to orient disaster planning toward damage prevention. In addition to threatening the safety and endangering human lives, such disasters pose a considerable threat to conservation by increasing maintenance and repair costs. This is even more important in large-scale heritage-listed areas, such as historic centers, where recovery time may be long and reconstruction activities may last several years. Italy has a long-time experience in the conservation of cultural heritage assets in urban areas. Since the early 30s, international charters and national laws fostered the preservation of monuments and architectural heritage. In the 70s, the notion of urban landscape was introduced, and historic centers was considered as cultural heritage to be preserved as a system. In the last decades, regulations focused on establishing the type of interventions allowed on historical buildings. However, they focused on conservation with very little attention to safety. On the contrary, the notion of conservation should be linked to the requirements of safety, as already acknowledged by Giuffre. In this research, we adopted a comparison-based approach between a sample set of historic centers, with the objective is to set a common ground and establish a shared framework to manage disaster risks into historic centers. Risk is assessed in a qualitative way, based on expert judgments, and combining several disciplines, responding to the necessity of providing a rapid multidisciplinary evaluation and of focusing on large-scale management of risks. The first step consists in a detailed situation analysis to characterize the size and the territorial, urban, and building scales. The second step focuses on the cultural heritage and its values, starting from an in-depth analysis of the specific attributes that contribute to the authenticity of the site. The definition of the most relevant attributes is based on the narrow grid of authenticity, which evaluates two sets of features. First, the aspects that are subdivided into 6 types, as shown in the table. Then, each aspect is evaluated according to its artistic, historic, social, and scientific dimension. The assessment of hazards and the definition of threats and vulnerabilities are part of the third step. Hazards are classified as primary and secondary according to a multi-hazard approach. Then, one or more disaster risk scenarios can be elaborated assuming the worst-case condition for each attribute. It is important to point out that there is a close relationship between risk analysis and heritage studies because attributes provide a prioritization criterion for interventions. Finally, risk mitigation measures can be proposed, and they are classified in three groups, namely strategical, institutional, technical, which involves both structural and non-structural measures, and management and planning measures. The first historic center is Reggio Calabria. It is a coastal site in a highly seismic-prone area, and the main issues concern the unmanaged continued modification of private buildings, neglecting earthquake-proof roofs, as well as the saturation of open spaces, the weak economy of the region, and the concentration of strategic and critical functions into the area. The worst-case risk scenario considers the occurrence of an earthquake of 7.5 magnitude, originating in the Strait of Messina, which is the same site as the earthquake of 1908, and also an induced tsunami affecting the whole coastal area. The waves of the tsunami are estimated to be 13 meters high, as the 90% of the historical buildings could be damaged, and all the roads could be obstructed. Most of the cultural heritage attributes are hit by the event, particularly the Magna Grecia Museum and the Aragonese Castle, as well as the many Art Nouveau buildings along the promenade. In the figure, we can see the most damaged area in the central part of the historic center, so that also hosts the largest number of artifacts. San Gimignano is a medieval town located on a hilltop. It has been listed as World Heritage Site in 1990, and the main threats derive from soil instability and over-tourism. In 2018, a portion of the ancient town wall collapsed due to geological issues. The main vulnerabilities are associated to the historical aggregation process of mountain buildings, the limited number of gates, the presence of narrow streets, the lack of open spaces, and the presence of a huge number of untrained visitors during peak tourism season. The risk scenario considers an earthquake of 7 Mercalli intensity that strikes the historic center during the summer, when the narrow streets and open spaces are crowded. The earthquake activates several landslides on the hill and affects historical buildings. Churches and towers are damaged, and the failure of masonry walls causes the fall of blocks, and therefore people are in panic and have difficulties in evacuating. The risk scenario has great impacts on churches and open spaces that are deemed to be the most significant attributes of the site. By comparing the two case studies, we can identify some common issues that regard the physical vulnerability of buildings that have not been constructed with anti-seismic criteria or retrofitted. In Reggio Calabria, illegal modification in load-bearing structures have been frequent even in the last decades. Instead, in San Gimignano, vulnerabilities depend on the old center stratification of constructions that are organized in complex aggregates. There are also management deficiencies associated with the lack of maintenance and monitoring on historical buildings, and issues related to urban features, such as the concentration of strategic and critical functions, the presence of narrow roads, and the lack of open spaces. For example, in Reggio Calabria, there are several schools hosted in historical buildings, and the safety is not always verified. Narrow roads are critical because they can be easily blocked and hinder the evacuation of people. This is partly compounded by the lack of open spaces that could serve as a meeting area during the emergency. When people have limited time to gather to a safer place. The medieval configuration of San Gimignano is a source of authenticity for the heritage site, but also introduced critical vulnerable conditions. Instead, in Reggio Calabria, the chessboard plan implemented for post-earthquake reconstruction is generally efficient, but it tends to lose effectiveness in case of innate modification and polymer additions. Finally, social issues are related to the lack of risk preparedness and poor engagement of key stakeholders. On this ground, we proposed a list of ERR measures and created a matrix for the ERR in historic centers, for each measure, the measure reports the affected adult, the stakeholders that could be involved, the administrative level, and a qualitative evaluation of costs. Here we can see a sample set of measures that, for example, regard the organization and training of rescue committees for sensitive groups and cultural heritage, or the need to ensure the safety of non-structural elements that are not familiar. To conclude, the analysis of the ERR strategies revealed the possibility of resorting to intervention practice for historic centers within a generalized model. And the proposed framework is deemed to be effective thanks to its adaptability to different scales and contexts, responding to the common need for an integrated, shared, and rapid methodology for reducing disaster risk in cultural heritage sites. Thank you for all your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Francesca. So I would like to open the floor for discussion and Q&A. If anyone here have any question, please raise your hand.
I think there is an end.
Well, sorry, I look for like the symbol. Please, Professor Risley.
Thank you so much for this contribution, because it reminds us that, first of all, there are similar, issues in different parts of Italy. The one that we thought are really well prepared, with the one that are thought not well prepared at all. But there is something that, is more a curiosity rather than, let's say, a deep question for you. And there's about the fact that you underline that there are tsunami-prone induced area in some coastal areas in the south that we never consider for our, historical center, because we forgot probably Messina. But anyhow, in your knowledge, in your let's say, in your research, did you find more other areas, and how serious is that risk in that area? And do you think that this is embedded in pre-disaster planning or not?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I'm starting for the last part, because yes, I do believe that it should be in the pre-disaster planning. Of course, we cannot think of structural measures. We cannot raise walls, just to mention it, to limit the impact of tsunamis. But at least we have to think of other kind of solutions to mitigate the impact of this kind of this hazard. As for tsunamis, yes, we tend to kind of forget what happens in the past, because it already happened during the Messina earthquake. So we should always think about what happens and learn from the past. There are also some sites. In Italy, at least, I think that there are several sites that could be impacted by tsunamis along coasts. And of course, we have to think of the places that are along. Tsunamis are usually induced by earthquakes, so we have to think about earthquakes, identify the areas that are more prone to seismic hazard, and then identify those places that are along the coast that could be impacted. We have to think in this way. This could be a good way to conduct a pre-disaster planning for cultural heritage sites on the coast. Did I answer to all the? Thank you very much for the question, and apologize. I didn't realize that the audio was this bad when I was recording it, so please apologize me.
You did no harm. So yes, I think we all catch the key message that you sum up really well at the end. If you ask me, the table before the end is a bit too hard to follow, but that is fine. So thank you very much, Francesca.
Thank you
for the presentation, for the interesting discussion. So let's move on to the third presentation by Ms. Virginia Lucy, a PhD student at University of L'Aquila. His contributor will be presenting Built Heritage as a palimpsest of resilience between vulnerabilities and adaptation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Virginia Lucy, a PhD student at University of L'Aquila, and today I want to present a contribute about built heritage as a palimpsest of resilience between vulnerability and adaptation. By the early 20th century, the process of anthropization has led to an increasing vulnerability of the built environment, with an inevitable loss of city balance, both in terms of climate change and disaster effect, such as hydrogeological damage and earthquakes, whose consequences have been aggravated by the strong growth in urban density. Thus, resilience has become a new paradigm of the contemporaneity as an idea of reaction to the multiple shocks and stresses that can disrupt cultural heritage in order to ensure its survival and to promote sustainable transformation processes. A response to these issues has been provided through the development of adaptation strategy and action plan by major cities like Copenhagen, Rotterdam, or New York, which for several years have consolidated preventive planning for environmental disaster as floods, droughts, and climate instability, thus ensuring the resilience of their palimpsest by exploiting vulnerability as positive opportunity for change. Relevant examples of this adaptation strategy are the Water Square in Copenhagen or Rotterdam, or the Green Roof in Basel, that are resilient design episodes that ensure the sustainable development of these urban territories. In the same way of European and North American capitals, some Italian cities are developing strategy in response to the climate challenge. But the implementation of these guidelines concern the scale of the few metropolises without regarding a specific theme of the Italian territory that are the medium and small city centers. Although they are not subjected to specific guidelines of resilient planning, the heritage of the smaller historical center represents an important resource in the palimpsest of Italian cultural context. A positive example of adaptation strategy of medium Italian center is provided by Click project in the city of Salerno. Here has been developed a model of reuse based on informative database and shared approaches that guarantee the restoration of the built heritage respecting the historical, architectural, and environmental issues. The information maps generated by the project can guide the decision-making process towards targeted and effective strategies. In accordance with the concept of built environment as a palimpsest consisting of a set of layers defined by historical science and practice, it is also possible to consider an additional layer, the information layer, to understand which type of risks can affect the built heritage and consequently how to implement adaptation strategies, especially in the pre-disaster planning. But to build a layer of knowledge requires a high level of data information. However, the current example of construction of information and evaluation metrics are difficult to apply due to the time and high cost of implementation. Here there are three examples of the main international resilience and sustainability assessment system, which clearly show the complexity in terms of number of indicators, time to implement, costs, level of detail, and number of actors involved. My ongoing research is measuring with this critical condition of complexity. That is why the proposal for Agile tool can simplify that complexity without reducing its interdisciplinarity and interscalarity. The tool is defined Agile because it's want to give detailed information but streamlined in terms of procedures. In particular, I'm focusing on a selection of resilience parameters and indicators from main strategy documents that can be consistent with the articulation of the specificities of cultural heritage. The diagram translates into the need to make a preventive operation able to define priority areas of intervention and defining a new different palimpsest, an informative layer generated by the flow of data. To conclude, I want to show a work in progress construction of synoptic template as a shared tool able to enhance the layer of knowledge for assessing the disruptive elements and its potential response in terms, for example, of ecological resilience or seismic resilience. And starting from the initial condition data is essential to identify the further scenario of intervention. For this reason, the presented tools focus on preventive evaluation. So I handed my contribution and I thank you all for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation, Virginia. So I would like to encourage all the audience to raise any question or discuss about the presentation. Okay, if not, so from me, then Virginia, would you please explain a little bit more about the tool, the framework toward the end? I'm not sure about the other. For me, the City Resilience Index is really hard to read and comprehend in such a short time, as well as your complex tool, which you mentioned toward the end, that is still at work in progress. But if you could address some key elements, some key feature or proxy for the audience, I think it would be really useful. Please.
Yes. Thank you for the interesting question. So, as I said in the video, this is an ongoing research, so I'm in the phase of defining how we can divide resilience, for example, ecological resilience, such as disaster damage or earthquakes. And for example, another part of resilience, like cultural or economic resilience, is still on attending, because it's very difficult to confront with the dimension of this topic. So I hope that in the further contribution I can give some more information about this.
Okay, thank you so much. The connection wasn't so strong. I'm not sure whether it's from my end or not, but at least I catch the key message, and that as a work in progress. So we'll be looking forward to the development of the tool and also your research. Is there any other question from the audience? Okay, then thank you so much, Virginia. We'll move on to the fourth contribution.
Thank you.
So the fourth contribution is from three contributors: Ms. Anna Poreska from Faculty of Architecture, Krakow University of Technologies, and Ms. Isabella Godin, Faculty of Environmental Engineering and Energy, Krakow University of Technologies, and Ms. Alexandra Lokuska, Krakow University of Technologies, with the title "Is Net Zero Vulnerability an Option? Urban Development, Flood Risk Management, and UNESCO Heritage Site in Krakow, Poland."
Net Zero Vulnerability, Urban Development, Flood Risk Management, and UNESCO Heritage Site in Krakow, Poland. The historic center of Krakow was among the first 8 places chosen for the original 1978 UNESCO World Heritage List. The area consists of the 3 oldest nuclei of the medieval agglomeration. The Old Town, Cracovia, is famous for its urban grid with the main market square and ferry-like architecture. Wawel Hill, with the royal castle, for its monumental silhouette dominating the city skyline, Gothic cathedral, and Renaissance courtyard. And Kazimierz, for its Jewish district. Plundered by the Swedes, turned into a fortress by the Austrians, cruelly mutilated in the social, cultural, and economic sense, but only slightly Germanized by the Nazis, the historic city has survived to the present day without ever being significantly reshaped. The medieval agglomeration was built on a safe, slightly elevated ground surrounded by the Vistula River and its numerous tributaries as well as extensive wetlands. But the rest of the city, old and modern parts alike, were not. What's more, while still less than 10 kilometers in the area at the beginning of the 20th century, Kraków grew to almost 330 square kilometers before the end of it. Eventually, the rivers were channeled, the embankments, which today are protected as historic monuments themselves, were erected, but they revealed themselves inefficient against the 1997 Central European flood, so some further improvements were made. The 2010 event, however, turned out to be much more severe than the millennial flood. The space under the Dębnicki Bridge was filled, and just a few inches more would lead to massive damages. The difference between the 2 events, the one of 1997 and the one of 2010, was not only the height of the wave, but the type of flood. Until recently, Kraków suffered from fluvial floods and built its strategies against this particular threat. However, the risk related to pluvial floods is rising rapidly and constantly. At the same time, pluvial floods receive little to no attention despite increasing the vulnerability of a once resilient historic center. According to the 1972 UNESCO Convention concerning protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, all properties inscribed on the World Heritage List must have adequate, long-term, mandatory legislative, regulatory, institutional protection and management to ensure their safeguarding. And yet, until the latest update, the boundaries of the UNESCO site and its buffer zone were searched in vain on the flood risk maps of Kraków. It was despite the fact that ICOMOS issued a warning threatening Kraków with delisting if both areas were not adequately protected. In European Union member states, the basic principles of flood risk management are regulated by the Floods Directive issued in 2007, which defines flood risk as a combination of the probability of flooding and its impact on people, environment, economy, and cultural heritage, even if it does not provide any specific guidelines in this regard. All Polish laws, be it state law or ratified international acts, force taking threats to cultural heritage into consideration. Unfortunately, as a result, risk maps consider architectural heritage only in quantitative terms, and even these have limited influence on the final decisions regarding flood protection and risk management. Today, due to rapid urbanization that spreads over hundreds of square kilometers around, the historic area is a passive recipient of threats generated in other parts of the city, same as the city is a passive recipient of threats generated outside its limits. Around the city center, where little can be done, the indicators are glowing red, but the areas truly responsible for the ever-increasing threat to the UNESCO site and its buffer zone are still marked green. At the end of the 20th century, it seemed that it was the substance that needed to be protected. Bricks and stone details exposed to acid rain were dissolving in front of one's eyes. Most of the buildings were not renovated for decades, if not centuries. Many of them were orphaned by their owners. All were in decline. So the focus was on the singular buildings, forgetting the bigger picture. Today, While the traditional technical approach to eliminating water-related risk is becoming inadequate, in particular in the case of urban systems containing built heritage sites, different water-related risks continue to be treated separately. Lack of coordination and correlation of different actions and countermeasures, including non-complementary tools and legal regulations, results in limited efficiency of atomized sectorial strategies. Additional factors, as well as non-infrastructural countermeasures, are underestimated despite new approaches and guidelines being declared. One of the few remaining opportunities to maneuver is to offset threats and reduce the vulnerability of selected areas by building resilience beyond their borders. Just as a net zero energy building compensates for consumed energy beyond the boundaries of the plot, the once resilient heritage areas, whose present vulnerability does not depend on them in any way, will have to rebuild their resilience beyond traditionally understood conservation zones. It is a great challenge in legal, economic and political terms, but it seems the time for simple solutions is over. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. So if any of the audience would like to, question, please do so. Please, Professor Risi.
I'm sorry people is feeling so shy because our presenter are so bright and willingly to answer questions. So my question for you, Hanka, is, you know, you talk about this complexity. At a certain point, you say the countermeasures are not adequate enough. In your opinion, what could be implemented let's say, in the planning in order to avoid this kind of, let's say, lacking? Because it's not technical. You're not talking only about technical.
I will try to answer this question from the practical point of view, because apart from being an academic, I'm also an architect, so I know how people use the plans, not only how they eventually talk about them. So the thing is, and it's a tricky thing, because technically what has been done to the UNESCO heritage site of universal values, the fact that it's not only the site that is protected, but it's surrounded by this buffer zone that is protected, is already some sort of innovation, one may say, but it's absolutely inefficient in terms of any sort of risk or even the basic functionality of the city. This is focused entirely on the good old terms of urban composition. So it's the matter of the urban interiors, the views, the openings, the fact that it is true that if you want to protect a large and complex site, and let's say such a large piece of a city, it is a large and complex site, you can't limit the strategy to the site only. You need this margin that has to be protected as well. When it comes to planning, and especially when it comes to planning in the context of disaster, it's no longer the case. So, for instance, me and my team, Isabella Godin from the Faculty of Environmental Engineering and Energy, who joined the conference in the morning. Unfortunately, she was busy in the afternoon when our presentation was scheduled. So we are currently working on first the evaluation tool that allows to mark the areas of the city that require specific approach in terms of flood risk preparation and management. So in order to give in advance an information for stakeholders and planners and developers that they cannot simply do whatever they want in that area, because that area may be needed to compensate risk that cannot be compensated elsewhere. So here are two things. The first one is the evaluation tool, and the second one is the execution, which is always the most tricky part. There are, in current
or within current legal terms and good practices, you don't have tools that allow you to do anything with private property. The only exception is risk management. So the thing is that this is actually this key of flood risk management and flood protection is the only key to change the approach. Unfortunately, what's being done currently in Krakow is coming back to the good old technical solutions of the 1970s. So there are, we are reversing the approach towards strong infrastructural solutions. There are now talks about making the Vistula straight and maneuverable, because our government wants to turn Poland into, let's say, a key player within land-water routes. Without getting into details, it's absurd and it's been abandoned 50 years ago. But you know, it's always a great thing to start this sort of investment that involves billions and billions of euro, because once there is an infrastructural investment worth billions and billions of euros, there is always some tiny little part of it that you can distribute among your friends and family. So, long story short, flood risk management is probably the only key that can change the perspective within the existing law regulation and start the change towards, let's say, more flexible and even more complex way to dealing with risk. Thank you.
May I ask just one question to our speaker? Do you think that this idea to extend the buffer zone and I mean to extend risk management also to the buffer zone could be is it hazard dependent, or you think that this could also be, this idea could be adapted to other kind of hazards?
Well, the thing
I don't know,
is that
in Poland or elsewhere also, if you know, just
well, the thing is that Krakow, actually, apart from wars and until recently fires, it suffered only from flooding. So we don't have much experience with other types of risk. On the other hand, this sort of approach that forces you to widen your perspective and also widen the area of your intervention will, with high probability, work also with what is coming towards us. Because the consequences of climate change in our case, in the case of Krakow, are more sudden and more severe rainstorms, droughts, and heat waves. Again, many of these are not issues resolvable within a plot or even within a singular piece of a plan, right? Because basically the problem with planning in Krakow, perhaps it could be read somewhere in between the lines. It's that our planning is still more zoning than planning. So it's distribution of plots for the investment, and not even with the smart one like in New York or in Venice or in the historic city center, because the historic plan for Krakow, it wasn't a plan, it wasn't a urban design, it was a strategy and plot division for investment. But so that's one of the problems. And whether this sort of approach would work against other types of risk, I simply don't have enough experience with other types of risks to answer this question with, light heart.
Thank you. But I wanted just your idea about this.
But this is, if I may, this is a quite interesting. This is what I already asked. I know Anka works because we work together as well. But I agree that this is an interesting point. This concept of extension to some gray area that in flooding is this, let's say, buffer zone. So talking about earthquake, what is the buffer zone? We cannot recognize, but nevertheless, we can apply to some areas that can be the areas that, are not the historical center, are not the new ones, are not the, there are places where we can apply this concept of gray area and the buffer zone for other, let's say, disaster. Meanwhile, I would like to greet Professor Serrelli. Please, composite.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Hangan, and for the presentation and for the discussion. I know I can relate for sure about the zoning and planning, in particular for Thai. Anyway, thank you again for your contribution. Let's move on to the final presentation by Federico Tascanio, entitled Urban Design, Urban Renewal.
The aim of this article is to present and validate a large-scale methodology for risk assessment and management in cultural heritage sites, considering their specific tangible or intangible value. The focus is on heritage centers that are key assets in building resilience to disaster, but are also highly vulnerable due to the several factors, such as the characteristics of the building environment, community and social life, lack of risk, awareness and maintenance, and finally the poor normative framework for their management and enhancement. The search for strategies able to produce effective responses to the challenge posed by the complexity and the size of the contemporary city has found a valid operative tools in the urban project. First of all, there are wide ranges of intervention in various and heterogeneous contexts, including historic city center, suburban peripheries, urban voids, resulting from deindustrialization and military dismantling, areas affected by infrastructures networks, up to the case of the city of L'Aquila, which is representative of an urban context affected by natural disaster and now in the final phase of physical reconstruction. Its efficiency can be attributed to its role of mediation between the planning tools of large areas, which are too slow to provide immediate response to dynamic in progress, and architectural design, which is unable to meet urban scale needs. This consists in imposing a morphological and functional definition of places, and at the same time leaving a degree of flexibility for subsequent projects that are always linked to socio-economic changes in the area. In particular, recent urban renewal projects have placed at the center of the process the structural role of public space, understood as the physical design of collective places, and have highlighted its character of autonomy in relation to the building project that have succeeded each other over time and which do not offer many degree of assurance, confirming the urban framework as the structure on which to base the development and regeneration of the city. Urban planning projects are generally conceived with variable scope and in progressive phases, in accordance with the available resources and the new opportunities that may arise, thus responding to the different degree of incertitude that the contemporary city poses today. The urban planning project is therefore not an urban plan, neither an architectural project, but lays the foundation for defining the form and content of a part of the city within the general strategic framework of urban development. It is clear that, once again, upstream of the individual project, it is necessary to outline a shared strategy for the reconstruction, not only for the physical, but also for the socio-economic fabric, a strategy in which each stakeholder is called upon to define its own asset that will be composed in the different urban projects. These experiments have seen a successful application in the case of L'Aquila through workshop and project laboratories promoted by the University of L'Aquila. The growing complexity of the urban planning program, which is increasingly influenced by exogenous factors, important events, natural disaster, financial programs, has confirmed the double value that the urban project can acquire as a project plan and as a planned project. The first operates through the exogenous response and the catalyzing effects of the project itself. The second acts through the land transformation. In both cases, the response that this instrument can offer would be much more effective and efficient than the ordinary modes of intervention. The alternative adopted in the case of the city of L'Aquila include, on the one hand, the application of the slogan desired by the local administration where it was as it was, through the punctual reconstruction of the individual building object, denying the urban weakness already present in the consolidated fabric. On the other, the drafting of urban renewal plans, the time reliability of which none of the investors feel able to risk because of the bureaucratic complexity that marks them out. The integration of disaster risk management of cultural heritage in the urban planning tools of the city of L'Aquila was studied, as well as the extent to which the current planning tools are able to influence the adaptive capacity of the historical area, contributing to reduce its vulnerability. It has therefore become clear that there is a need to go beyond the ordinary instruments, focusing on more flexible and dynamic modes of operation that can be shaped by changing the socio-economic condition following natural disaster, or as in case of the recent COVID pandemic. Providing guarantees in terms of timescale and economics to those attempting to rebuild the urban fabric compromised by the disaster becomes a powerful tool for rebuild and an incentive to avoid the abandonment of territories which, on the other hand, in this phase, need attractive and proactive economic impulse, which are not ordinary and difficult to provide for a long-term planning instrument. Thank you.
Okay. If I'm not wrong, unfortunately, the presenter is still not here with us, so we may skip the discussion part. So again, thank you all the presenter for the part contribution. I think if we have more time, we would have time to discussion, and I know for sure it will be really interactive and debatable. I think just to sum it up before we move into the panel discussion, I think there are several keywords that all the presenter address and resemble, especially in the disaster management planning or disaster risk reduction, as well as the term resiliency, flexibility, dynamic, and so on. Another key factor that the presenter addresses responsibility and stakeholders. So I think that also would be a really interesting topic that we'll be discussing in the discussion panel in the end in terms of the approach of the multidisciplinary approach in terms of disaster management planning. So again, thank you very much, everyone, for joining the session. I will hand it over to Professor Rizzi for the last session of the conference.
Thank you so much for your kind and share of the session, Pamphysite. And thank you again for all the presenters of this conference on the efforts that they had made in order to also to accomplish what were requested by Laura, Pistid, and me. We were really pressing you, but you know, it's a quite strange time. So we have to run conferences in a different way, in a different type. So now is time to discuss, just to wrap up, what was, you know, the topic of the conference, that is the pre-disaster planning for urban cultural heritage. And everybody pointed out that we need interdisciplinary approach. We need some deeper insight in some focus, but we need an interdisciplinary approach for sure. And then we frame a question for all the participants of the panel, discussion panel of this final part of the conference. And this question is how we can go ahead with an interdisciplinary approach in a disaster era. And, you know, I know that there is one recorded, right, Laura? Am I right? One recorded, the other are present. I'm going to not introduce, but just list the panelists, and I will tell you that I will be really strict. 5 minutes you have, 5 minutes I give you. After 4 minutes, if you reach the 5 minutes, I will tell you stop, even if you're talking. I will be really rude. Sorry, but after 1 year, 2 years actually, of online, let's say, sessions, I think that I became a little bit rude. But anyhow, I would like to introduce since the beginning, and then they can. I give them the let's say the floor. The first one, I'm going to in alphabetical order. Silvia Coverino, Professor Silvia Coverino from German University of Cairo. She's an architect. And she's an Italian, but working for years abroad. Dr. Pamphysite Tuyakorn, that you already knew since the last session from UDDI, Thammasat University, Bangkok. Architect Daniela Meyer, you met her as a chair of the second session. And she is an architect, and as I told you, president of branch of Romanian Architect Order in Transylvania, and also president of Batra. And then she's an architect. And then we have another architect, Cristina Musacchio. Mrs. Musacchio is working in Polytechnic of Milano, in Neapolis University of Paphos, but also, let's say, as in Nino, she's a very well representative of National Institute of Urbanism. And then we have Dr. Mashiko Tomoyuki, that you met as chair of the third session. And she is, I don't know if you are an architect or engineer or urban planner. Tomo. Architect? Planner.
Urban planner.
Urban planner, sorry. And from Waseda University, then we have Professor Patrizia Montuori. She is an historian of art from University of L'Aquila. And then again, Professor Porebska that you met, she is an architect from Krakow University of Technology. We have also, if I'm not wrong here, Professor Silvia Serrelli from Dadu, University of Sassari, an urban planner. And the last but not least, Eugen Baida is here. Daniela?
I don't see him. He is restorating up on some mountains. And he promised he will find some signal,
okay.
if he succeeds, then he will. Yeah, he works physically also for restoration with the ambulance for monuments. So, yeah.
So if you can join us at the list, would be really nice. So I would like to ask Lucia Laura to send Lucia's contribution first because she's not here. Lucia Patrizio Ganni is an historian from UCL, London, and she is an expert in museums and let's say art history and documentation of collecting in the Museum of Europe, especially British Museum.
Hi.
Okay.
I've been asked the question, how can we go ahead with an interdisciplinary approach in a disaster era? We need to think what it really means to reconstruct a city after a natural, biological, or man-made disaster. Is there a restatement of buildings and infrastructure sufficient without the mending of the social fabric? After all, a city without people is not a city at all. This necessarily means that we have to think and work in an interdisciplinary way. 2 years ago, we convened a multifaceted and multidisciplinary conference which examined the themes of reconstruction, recovery, and resilience in historic cities and societies. In the context of L'Aquila, the conference offered a significant perspective on the problems of a physical reconstruction without economic and social planning. Indeed, whilst post-earthquake L'Aquila could be seen as an advanced laboratory of approaches to the structural consolidation, repair, and restoration of historic buildings and monuments, the absence of attention to the needs of its citizens risks creating lasting social problems and creating a beautiful but unlivable museum. In discussion with other participants at the conference, it emerged that this disconnection between the hardware of physical rebuilding and the software of social repairs typifies approaches to disaster response worldwide. Despite individual initiatives and occasional examples of best practice, institutionally, the connection of the visible brick and mortar of construction with the intangible threads of memory, knowledge, education, well-being, and the invisible networks of society are exceptionally rare. One participant in the conference remarked that the Japanese response to disaster is very rigid, each problem being provided with its own solution. The interdisciplinary nature of our conference had made him understand that the route to successful post-disaster reconstruction is multifaceted and that attention to the invisible aspects is just as important as the physical reconstruction. Thus, we came to the conclusion that the most effective way to create a change in approach is to bring together academics and practitioners from diverse and complementary fields and from a range of cultural backgrounds to examine and learn from their experiences in different contexts. We need to change the understanding of what recovery really means following natural, biological, or man-made disaster, and to promote awareness of the benefits of building resilience through the before-event action. We have created the Invisible Reconstruction Initiative, Paul and I, to try and provoke policy change through the entire cycle of disaster, from preparedness to response and repair, using the instruments of engagement, education, and participation to reduce risk, increase institutional transparency, and improve outcomes. The unwelcome presence of COVID-19 in all of our lives has revealed the same patterns in response to the biological emergencies as are seen in other forms of disaster. Disproportionately impacting the most exposed elements of society, increasing vulnerability and social fragility, the pandemic has demonstrated universally how, whilst physical solutions such as social distancing are vital, these are easily undermined by weak understanding of risk and poor communication. Thus, in response to the question, what does it mean to reconstruct? How can we go ahead with an interdisciplinary approach in a disaster era? The answer is, how can we not?
last sentence was cut. It was just is the only way to go ahead. That was the last. She was in Greece. She just sent to me a message saying that the sentence is missed, but I think that it was quite clear. So I would like to ask to Silvia Coverino to answer to this question, and you have 5 minutes. At 4 minutes, for each of you, I will say 4 minutes, and okay.
Good afternoon to everybody. Can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's been a very interesting discussion from early morning and many different topics, context and point of view. I would like to share some image on the back of my talk for 5 minutes. Well, my reflection over the question, as the previous speaker was discussing a very interesting talk about, and especially the conclusion, why not, on the point of view architect and urbanist. This is a reflection over on a big scale. Can you pass, Laura, please? And next slide, please. And is a reflection about the large dimension of the urbanization. I think so is the big issue on the back of the disaster and the consequence of the human activity and the Anthropocene and the urban age we are living on the current time. And this is an important image I'm usually using for my lecture and my research in the urbanization and the effect on the human scale. China is creating a mega city that will have more people than all of Japan. Can you add on the next slide, please, Laura? And just to realize in terms of number, this is an interesting overview of the number of the urbanization and in which country the people are living globally. When we are touching the point of urbanization is regarding any different form and dynamic and dimension, but each urbanized area is involved in this process. The next slide, please. It's a kind of diagram, and have a look how China, India, again, this is another form of representation of the same issue in the country by population size, and how a certain area and region of the global scale is really interested on the topics of the urbanization and consequently in a lot of disaster and effect, because the high concentration of people, the high density, the human activity is directly connected with the disaster and consequence in our environment. Please, the next slide. And we are talking about, and then of course a different form, a different size and different dynamic of growing of the city, just to highlight in terms of the dimension what we are talking about, because from the simple urban settlement until we are moving the mega city, large metropolitan area, and hyper mega city where we are going in the next future, the number are changing a lot, Also, I think so the potential and the possibility to respond to the question from the seminar. Please, the next one. And this is just a map, a diagram, a representative of the current situation is highlighted 6-7 years ago, on the coming 15 years, and how is the future megacity in terms also the population. And again, the number and the diagram I present before are related especially in the Central Africa and this South Asia part. Please, the next one. When we are talking about density, we are talking about the space as architect, and basically we are dealing with the management of space, organized space for people, and this is a comparison about the density in different urban contexts. Next slide, please. The density, of course, is represented is really in the physical space, in the human scale, and in the minimum of the daily life for the people every day. Next one, please. How we are going to respond? This is an article last week I was reading, and I found very interesting. It's an Archidelia kind of update, and I think so are, of course, there are not a special receipt, but behind the data and approaching to the general frame, the state of art of the state of the planet. Also, I think so as an architect in cooperation with ecologists, geologists, urbanists, and sociologists, we are able to cooperate and to find a possible solution and to looking a different way to design and plan our city. And this is many of the extreme natural events are coming, and every day we are facing something. 2 days ago in China, last week in Germany. And I think so is our responsibility, especially for who is working in education level, also is we're managing with the government, to address the direction of the coming future. The next one, to control the vulnerability and the hazard. Three of the examples I picked from the article. One is regarding the mobility and how is back to have a certain dialogue with the nature and with the environment. And this is a proposal, a project, a green corridor in Colombia, like we have many examples. And behind why the green corridor, how is necessary to respond in a certain way, because we have to control the consumption and the, let's say, the emission and the air pollution. And this is really touching the infrastructure and the large scale of the urbanity. The next one. The second project regarding the green space, the space available, and after the COVID, and we're still in the COVID time, we really realize the needs and the importance of this space. And this is a diagram show is a comparison between different countries, how different governments are working with this issue. The next one, and the percentage of the space available. Next one regarding the green space, but with the more, let's say, cooperation, interaction with the people. And behind, there is a map and a very interesting study from Manhattan, the New York government. How is the space available for the population? At the end, sorry, I don't remember there's something there. Yes, thank you. Just I'll give you a spot to open the possibility to really think about a different future and a more responsible action in design and planning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silvia. Can we go to the next one that in the list is Dr. Huyakorn. Composite, floor is yours, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. So let's try to sum it up first, and if I have time, I will just share with you some practical example of what I mean. I think it's quite crucial now just because of this global pandemic running for the past 2 years. I think apart from COVID, but which everyone focused much on, there are so many other natural disasters running on the background throughout the world. But so much attention is put toward COVID operation, controlling the pandemic and other, which is also crucial. But what I want to say is that people, would neglect cultural heritage, neglect the climate change and nature, if their well-being, if their safety is, or their economic, socio-economic status is not okay. So it's extremely crucial that we have this multidisciplinary approach to support that. And I think the key supporting measurement, the key process that would support all of that would be the tools, the framework or parameter that I think many of the presenters also already point out to that quite clear. But I think more and more it's pushed more toward output and impact based. So and in terms of practicality of it. But one of the most important element of all of that to work, I think, is the resiliency. When I talk about resiliency, I mean in the local community or the local level context. In particular, how to be frame this community-centric approach, community as a user focus, and also having the end goal to support, to build this community network. It's important. So we move beyond just collaboration or thinking about different stakeholders or different experts working together, but rather the spotlight should be put on the local community, I think, and more it should be so. For the past 2 years, we at our resource center and at our research center, we've been working on the project called COVID Relief Bangkok. It's a crowdfunding program that helps provide support for the vulnerable community throughout Bangkok metropolitan, and we could raise around more than 150,000 USD to support them. This is just in terms of crowdfunding alone. This is another good example of tool and framework that is quite advanced. Crowdsourcing and crowdfunding is very good and innovative to bring about collaboration from different sectors. But for that to be useful, you also need a measurement, a framework of mindset to prioritize, to point out to the focal point of that. We use the census, both like the secondary and primary data, to prioritize where you should start helping them. Thinking back to a year ago, no one knows what's happening in terms of COVID and in terms of the global disaster pandemic in Thailand. And the framework that we use, which is particular, quite functional and practical, is the ever-transforming model of urban living lab. Looking at the city as an experimental area, as a lab that you work for real, but it has to be like keep transforming, and it's help bring about many stakeholders to help working together. And what I want to highlight is that the project would not reach this success without the highlight here. And you can see here, these are the local stakeholders, not the academia, not the NGO, not the private sector, even though they bring about a lot of funding. Because this map here is just in the sub-district level. We have 170 of them, but we are still blind in the local area because we don't know in those sub-districts which household we will be able to reach. But with this public health volunteer and public health center that we have throughout 50 districts, they would be able to tell us, okay, in this zone, in this area, there are this household that are the most in the most critical situation. But beyond that, I think during the pandemic, during the situation, we have a lot of incremental project or like come together at one time, stress test. I think it's also important, maybe in particular the government sector and public sector, to make sure that it will be officialized, it will be sustained. I see many crowdfunding, many projects that everyone come together, but after the disaster is gone, there is no springboard, there is no supporting structure to make it official. For example, this one, we officialize that with the new census, with the data collection that we work directly with the local health volunteer because we see the potential, which means that we can have this in-depth data. And right now we are doing the community isolation and how isolation into this. We are moving into the fourth wave of the pandemic, which is a lot worse than last year. So yeah, to sum it up, I think the tool, the framework, the parameter, and the process to support that, which frame the output as the key result of that process and tool. And that result, if I have to pick, it should be like focus on community-centric or community resilience as the guiding force, as the lighthouse for everyone to come and work together. And yeah, then after that, this is up to more of the top down and public sector to make sure that it is sustained. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry that but we have to be fair with everybody. Thank you so much. So we pass from different scale through some general suggestions to a really specific one of community centers. So thank you so much. Next one is Daniela Mayer. Daniela, floor is yours, and yours are 5 minutes. Daniela, before to start, I would like to remind that at the end of the panel, we will announce the 4 awarded, let's say, best presentation, one for each session. Okay, Daniela?
Thank you. I was thinking about everything we said and presented today. And of course, we are all right. Everything we said is based on history, the way we perceive history, and on realizing what are our problems now and trying to solve them. In this attitude, we know all the specialists that are involved, and it's easy to identify them. So what I think is that we need to find those other specialties that are not so involved yet. And what could they give us? I think they could give us arguments to choose the right way to interfere. How to choose the right way? I think at first we have to map all our interventions and to see what's the impact in different parts of the world, because in this way we will find a part of specialists that can get involved and see what's the impact in nature, in different other layers that we haven't analyzed yet. Because we have to prevent for the future. We cannot always come with solutions as we did with these pandemics, because every 100 years something surprises us. And I think we have to analyze in a way to prevent all those things. And to have really straight examples, what I had in mind, I'm thinking about doctors, let's say. I would like to see in interventions made 20 years ago, what's the incidence of, I don't know, problems caused by stress? Do they spend less time in traffic? Is cardiovascular disease less important? Is diabetics less important? I would like to see these statistics. What's about obesity? What's about all the other problems? Seeing this, we will have very firm and concrete arguments to attract investors, to attract administration, and we can prove that everything is fine. Otherwise, we will just skip from a conclusion from one part of the world, trying to adapt it in a place where perhaps it's not fitted, where the history did not prepare us to accept something that is not for that place. So, in my opinion, it is important to see which are the specialties needed to help us find reasons, arguments, very clear conclusions of our interventions for the future. And I will resume with that because I think it's very, very clear that we need all the fields. We need the professors and the teachers in order to transmit our information, to anchor somehow the young generation into the reality, to form their identity. And we need all the other fields that are involved in different parts of our lives. Because if we don't get down from our towers of specialists and whatever we are, then we are useless for the community. And we all work for the community. Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to meet you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Brilliant as usual. Thank you so much. And, a really different point and perspective, but I'm used to unexpected from you. So, again, we are going to the next one, and the next is architect Cristina Musacchio. Cristina, please.
Hi. I will take just a few minutes because it's really not easy to answer to this question. And I agree completely about what Daniela said right now. And as we saw in this very powerful conference today, try to mitigate disaster for urban historical center and cultural heritage. It is a great challenge for experts in any discipline. The answer, therefore, as what Lucia Patrizio said before, is certainly in the interdisciplinary approach to the problem. And to find, as Daniela was saying, all the expertise that we need. And and also we saw this morning in the the discussion also a lot of tools that we can use to try to collaborate to solve this problem. From the point of view of cultural heritage and spatial planning, as Di Ludovico Donato pointed out to us this morning, the cultural heritage is still very often considered a sectorial theme related to the single elements. It is completely separated from spatial planning. Instead, while the new trends consider a cultural heritage as a system of elements, a real vector for the spatial development. This passage is first of all a cultural one, and it is a difficult process in which citizen, stakeholder will play an active part, including in the reinterpretation of the concept of conservation and protection, and in which spatial planning will have to refer to the concept of preservation by development. As you know, we in Italy, we have a lot of law, code, and guideline to follow to try to solve the problem. It is not easy to go into all this limitation or just limitation sometimes. Real tools that we saw this morning that can, I think, is really useful for the future researcher is the paper that Lucia Chiefallo and Annunziata Palermo and Maria Francesca Viapiana did this morning. They found this systematic review of the literature about the subject that can really help all of us to go ahead. And I hope that we can follow their stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christina, for your words. And I think that we are going quite well because I see that you are linking everything, embedding everything, and that is really great. So I'm going right now. As you understand, this is not a matter of list in orders of hierarchy. It's a matter in the list in order alphabetical order, because I don't like hierarchies. So next one is Dr. Mashiko Tomoyuki. Tomo, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your introduction. I'm not sure I can continue this flow, but I will try to do it. Okay. I will share my PowerPoint. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I would like to underline very simple sentence. So the dilemma is always present, as maybe all of the presenter already read about this book, Recovery from Disaster, wrote by Ian Davis and David Alexander. Indeed, I read this book and I learned very much about from this book, and I was thinking, why do we need to do pre-disaster planning? And then I found that in the recovery management process, there are always dilemmas, and they mention that there are common dilemma in recovery management, and I'm not sure these dilemmas are common to also for cultural heritage, but I think that such kind of dilemma is very crucial because these dilemmas are often vital element of successful reconstruction. And as we listen to many presentations, most of the people are underlying about the hybrid approach or comprehensive approach. So everyone is trying to combine or integrate in order to satisfy both sides. So that's why I think that we need to anticipating this dilemma for pre-disaster planning. And nowadays, I'm doing my research mainly I evaluate recovery process because of finding how we overcome these dilemmas. And by doing so, we can bridging the theory derived from the evaluation reconstruction process and the actual plan. I mean that we need to bridge from the theory to the practice of process planning for pre-disaster planning. So again, I would like to underline again, we need to know very well about what kind of dilemma do we cope with, and maybe we can identify the specific dilemmas for urban cultural heritage. And I'm not sure I could answer to this big question, but maybe I'm trying to answer this for my entire research life. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was, is the path that I personally also am moving through the process. This is one of the reasons why we are also organizing with Dr. Lucia Gunning and Professor Deiko Kanagae the next conference in Kyoto, that is the invisible reconstruction. So that is what we are talking about, how to combine these two. And yeah, the pre is before. It is really pre, but even pre, without to think that it will happen tomorrow or in 10 years or in 100 years. It's just to think in a wider perspective, embedded all the comprehensive, let's say, aspect of the land, of the territory. So thank you so much. You answered to the question, for my opinion, maybe because it's matching with mine. And before to invite the next, let's say, colleague on the stage, I would like to thank Pompisit Huyakorn and Tomoyuki Mashiko, because I know that it's really late there, but I hope that you can stay with us. Pompisit is going. If you feel that you are really tired because it's deep night, do not worry. Just leave the room. Thank you so much because you stay with us till now, since this morning. So I'm going to the next one, and from urban planner to an historian. So Professor Patrizia Montuori, she's a former colleague at the University of L'Aquila. Stages, floor reviewers and questions.
Okay. Thank you for the question, the interesting but very complex question. So I have only some. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry. Yes.
So I have only some reflections about the topics. In particular, I think that interdisciplinarity is a famous word today, is a word but in some sense abused on everyone's lips, but first of all, we must ask us how we can put it in practice, this concept, and it's very difficult. I can make only some reflection, for example, about the world of Italian universities in particular, were understood in both in teaching and in research we are that interdisciplinarity is the future, is a very important concept, but only rarely this concept is applied in courses, in doctorates, and many other fields of the university. For example, many years ago, I trained in the first, one of the first in interdisciplinary doctorate in Rome, in Sapienza, with various disciplines like history of architecture, restoration, urban planning, technology, but each discipline was closed in its own disciplinary area. So I think also today in universities, in many universities, in the term, the word interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary is used like an umbrella terms for meaning something different from the classic monodisciplinary approach, but still thinking of applied the concept with combining different disciplines and forms of knowledge without a real interaction between research area. For example, another example, I think in my specific fields of study of the history of architecture and restoration, this important concept was expressed in the Amsterdam Chart of 1975 with the concept of integrated conservation, for example, that opened an intervention of restoration not only for the conservation of the cultural heritage, but also for its maintenance with the right, the functions, the correct functions suggested by different fields of research, not only conservation, restoration of or history of architecture, but other fields of research, sociology, technology, urban planning. But also today, still today, this concept is rarely applied in the intervention in Italy, and the specific discipline of conservation was closed in its own research area, for example. So I think that is very important if you want to go ahead to start by the university's course, research a real interaction between scientific areas for a form professional that who can speak with all the area, the stakeholders and the other. Thank you. This is my opinion. Only some reflection about in particular the intervention on cultural heritage.
Thank you so much. Point of view from a colleague that is from history of architecture is quite important as we are talking about cultural heritage. Whatever we are talking in a broad perspective about cultural heritage or in general about cultural, let's say, something that is connected with disaster and urban environment. Thank you so much, Patrizia. Interdisciplinary is quite important. So as we can see, we can follow this chain of things, and it's my big pleasure to introduce the next, let's say, guest, that is Professor Porewska from University of Technology from Krakow. Anka?
Yes, thank you very much, Paola, for this opportunity. Of course, I do agree that interdisciplinarity, as much as innovation, is slowly being taken for granted because it applies to literally anything. But still, I don't know any other approach. So perhaps I'm not the right person to answer this specific question. So in order to do so, I tried to analyze this question like bit by bit. And I started from the end with the disaster era, because being, let's say, a pessimist rather than an optimist, I can't see in our future any other type of an era. So there is no, in the proximity, the nearest future will be the future filled with disasters, I'm afraid. At the same time, I've seen my neighbors who just came back from holidays, and we argue a little bit on the situation in the world and on the situation in the country. And the guy kept saying, "We've never been better." Of course, he's a CEO in an IT company, so he's never been better, and IT companies has never been better. But basically, the world is screwed. So the disaster era is actually, well, perhaps it's not even necessary to put it in the question, because that's what it is. There will be no other eras in front of us. The second element was ahead. Is there move and going ahead? So because it somehow echoes my doubts regarding the constant growth. So going ahead means you move on with living things behind your back. And again, it's probably no longer the case. So because there's nowhere else to move, regardless what these morons and douchebags of Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Richard Branson are doing recently. So ahead, again, is there any ahead in front of us? Then was one was there. Then was the approach, and who actually is we? Because I believe that we all here, and my initial answer from the very guts to the question was same as Lucia Patricio Gunning. How can we not? But it's more the matter of the academic bubble. But we are all convinced that there is no other, like here today, I don't believe anyone would raise one's hand saying, no, you got this all wrong. There is absolutely no point in declining again the word interdisciplinarity, because we must focus on specific things, otherwise we won't get anywhere. So the question is, who's we in this question? So who should or must go ahead with interdisciplinarity in a disaster era? So perhaps the very question remains the first bit, which is how. How can we? But how can we and how can we not? And again, here I'm afraid by getting our hands dirty. So because as Daniela already pointed out, without getting our hands dirty and without doing anything for our communities, we are actually pretty useless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anka. The we is us. The we is we. So it means we are in a conference. That means, I mean, of course, the question, I agree completely, but the question is really we. It's not someone else.
Yes. So in this case, the bottom line is, how can we not?
Yes, exactly. And I agree completely. In fact, Pomposit started with a question about community centered action. What they are doing, for instance, regarding the poverty, mapping the vulnerability according with level of poverty during the COVID time was quite amazing. And it didn't mention, for instance, that they were caring not only about health, body health, but they care also about mental health. And that was really sensitive, in my opinion, talking in that environment. So it shows that the young researchers, at least, are not in the bubble. I hope. Hopefully.
So do I. I try to do my best never to suffer from not in my research field syndrome.
No, you are young. I'm talking for me as old. You are young, so for sure you are not. And I would like to thank you so much. I would like to ask the same question to another young academician, that is the director of my course of study, where I'm teaching at the University of Sassari, Professor Serrelli, Silvia. You have 5 minutes to answer to this really hard question. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paola, for having me in this panel. And I would like to see Silvia Covarino and Anna Podresca, because a long time not to see you. So in my experience, the interdisciplinary approach is inevitable to design in a fragile regions. So 3 main points for me to consider this point is a possible reflection with, I have a possible reflection quoting Amita Ghosh book. The book is The Great Derangement, Climate Change and the Unthinkable Era. So 3 main points. A disaster era is for me the unthinkable era that Amita Ghosh quoted wrote, focus on this book, because the climate change crisis is also a crisis of culture and imagination. This is a very important point for me. And another point is that the culture of urban space design, but also the different forms of art, like architecture, like literature, like also other forms, are not separate from forms of disorientation. The disorientation is an important word that Amita Ghosh point out in different parts of the book. So I'm a teacher, so I have a responsibility for my students, and the disorientation and also the idea to produce a new imagination, to preserve the territories is my focus. So this is another very important point, is that the climate crisis press us as a planner, as a teacher, to produce a better knowledge of the phenomenon for the climate change, for the vulnerability, because we don't have to discover something new. So we well know the disaster, we well know the urban effects of the climate change. So this very small book give me the idea that these 3 points are a result of a social disorientation. So Amita Ghosh, for example, argued that the climate change is a result of a disorientation which derives in part from concealments created by the very culture in which we are living. So the poverty is in the culture. So we have a lot of experts, we have a lot of study, research, debate, but we are not efficient in our action. So we need to go ahead with an interdisciplinary approach, sure, but also we need a new kind of planning ability. planning ability, not all ability. For me, it's a very, Paola, well known, my idea. Planning ability, because in planning, I can see the synthesis of an interdisciplinary approach, but we need more ability to focus on active learning methods because we need to act as mediators in a decision-making process between people and space. But sure, we have to be focused on a specific community and in a specific community in a specific place, because we are working with a very standard model when we speak about vulnerability, risks. I remember San Mayor with a lot of papers on the wall, trying to understand what is my territory, you know, when a planner give him the possible solution, but the solution sometimes are very standardized solution. So we need to refocus on the territory, the specific territory. So in conclusion, from my point of view, from my research, I have found that a suitable approach for fragile landscape in a disaster and unthinkable era would require more attention to community learning process. This is, I listen a lot of your aspects, Anna, Silvia, and other colleagues, and I agree with with a lot of point because we have to work despite of an exclusive attention to urban adaptation plan from the point of view, from the unique point of view of the spatial level. The spatial level is not the solution. Sometimes is a very important focus, but I think the planner has to be to stop, for example, the growing of the urban vulnerabilities, but it's very linked to the social imagination, to the social responsibility. So we need to improve our ability in producing landscape less exposed to vulnerability, but not only vulnerability, but the changing in the vulnerability, because we need furthermore to point out, to be very close to the possibility to lose, to change some possible vulnerability, but we have to work on with the vulnerability that can cause disaster, and we well known when a project can cause disaster or not. So my idea is to work in a different way, but with a new ability to be close and to reduce this kind of disaster. Unthinkable era, it's a very good idea to better understand that imagination, the spatial imagination, the social imagination is our goal.
Okay.
Thank you, Paola.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Silvia. Yes, Rabi, thank you so much. I think that you bring into the arena a broad perspective as all of us, and again, I think is quite important what you said, and I think that my colleague, I don't know if you notice that this is a parterre that is almost female, is women panel. I'm really proud of it. My colleague, but we are, chairing into this conference, and my colleague, Donato Di Ludovico, also would like to say something about this question. Donato?
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone, and I had a solicitation. Excuse me, but I have a problem with the audio. You can hear me? Good.
Yes.
Okay. And I have some notes, and I have a solicitation from the various presentation of this morning and afternoon, and from the discussion panel of this afternoon. And today we have seen a good number of presentation, but even the discussion panel that concern at least 5 points. Continuo? Okay. 5 points with different type of approach. The first is we have seen different type of elements from the construction, house, green space, urban space, infrastructure, mobility, a very wide type of elements. Other type of factor is a different type of scale, from the land use to the landscape or territorial scale. Different type of risks, earthquakes, landslides, hydraulic, earth, but even the climate change effect. Different type of tools and approach, plan, design, education, research, etc. Many communities with different practice or habit and different level of resilience and the level of preparation. All that different, all that point make the arguments that has been presented as strong interdisciplinary arguments. But I ask myself, and the conclusion is a question to me. I ask myself if there are and which are the relationship between that point and that different factor. And I suppose that there is the future of the research for us in a new field, the field of the preparation and the disaster planning of cultural heritage. Thank you.
Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Professor De Berardinis, our pro-rector, and also he is, let's say, director of my former department here at the University of L'Aquila. So he wished just to say to you some greetings. Parla pure, traduca. He will speak Italian, I'm going to translate.
Grazie, io mi scuso innanzitutto appunto per non parlare, per parlare in italiano, il mio inglese è a livello scolastico e quindi preferisco che ci sia la traduzione della amica e collega Paola Rizzi. Colgo proprio l'occasione ed ho l'immenso piacere di salutare e di dare un messaggio di saluto al termine dei lavori di questo importante evento che dà ulteriore lustro al nostro dipartimento, e ringrazio proprio per l'organizzazione di questo appunto Paola. Io purtroppo non ho potuto assistere ai lavori che sono svolti in questa giornata per una serie di impegni che purtroppo la mia carica mi ha costretto a non poter disattendere. Però è importante per me esserci in questo momento per ringraziarvi tutti per la vostra presenza, per il vostro impegno su un tema di grande importanza.
What I would like to say is that according with the fact that I'm late in the conference and I'm at the end of the conference, not at the beginning of the conference, is the fact that according with my duties and my role that are undeniable, I cannot attend the conference that I think that somehow is an important event for our university here, and that was organized by Michael, by me, by Paola, and yes.
E spero che ci siano anche che il lavoro che è stato fatto in questa sezione abbia comunque una continuazione, che a tutto questo venga dato poi, come dire, un proseguo nelle attività del futuro. Io, per quello che posso, soprattutto nel mio Ateneo, cercherò di fare in modo che poi ci sia una prosecuzione e che quello che è stato fatto poi abbia effettivamente un valore, che sia un qualcosa di spendibile, che sia un valore aggiunto per le attività che tutti noi svolgiamo quotidianamente.
I hope that we could have a sort of continuity and let's say some effect and impact of the work that was done during the conference, and the professor is going to carry on let's say a commitment to bring all what was done during the conference in the next stage, and at least to keep it in the day, in the research and in the environment of the university.
Colgo nuovamente l'occasione per salutarvi a tutti, per ringraziarvi per la partecipazione e soprattutto per ringraziare gli organizzatori di questo evento. Grazie a tutti e buonasera.
I take the chance to greet again all of you, to congratulate with your presence and your contribution, and to wish you a wonderful day and wonderful evening, and also to thank that you're the organizer of the conference. Thank you, Luigi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Grazie. So it's not that easy that, we are changing chairs,
yes.
Don't we? Okay, so apart the greetings of let's say, and the closure, before to go, I would like to close the session, I would like to ask if someone has some contribution, something to add to this panel of discussion. Otherwise, I'm going with the thanks and greetings because it was a long day. Thanks and greetings to everybody, but I would like to share before to go something with you. That is, can you see it? Si vede?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So just to remind something that was you were saying and talking about this panel of discussion. I'm old enough to remember different steps in the studies of futures. The first one was the Club of Rome, and I had the chance to know and work with Dennis Meadows, that is one of the authors of The Limit of Growth. And we are still thinking one of the most important bright graphic designers, Swiss graphic designer, is going to let's say say that we are going to 10 billions of inhabitants for the Earth. So how we can deal with that? And this is another book that I was really, let's say, reading with a lot of interest. And it was from 2005. It was by Albrecht, Douglas Coupland, and another philosopher. And it was The Age of Earthquakes. But the earthquakes are not only the natural disasters, are the hazards that are, technological hazards and everything. And they use the work of some artists. And this is what, in my opinion, is absolutely amazing, that shows what is our attitude. Anka was talking about going ahead. In this picture, you can say, we have changed the structure of our planet. But we haven't just changed the structure of our brains in these past few years. So this is one of the, let's say, important consideration that we have to think that we need to change our approach, our mind, our attitude. So I would like to thank all the panelists for their bright, generous contribution to the panel. I hope that we can keep it in mind. And I would like to go to the last step. That is, we spend a lot of time in our presentation, in our videos, before to go to the thanks, the final one. I would like to ask to all the chairs, the winner, not the winner, but the best presentation or paper that they award in their session. Starting from Christina. Christina, can you
Yes.
say what you wrote? And yeah.
Yes. So it was not easy actually, because it's really, you have to choose between the best, so it's not easy. But what catch my attention and what I would like to draw your attention is to the contribution of Laura Ciefallo, Annunziata Palermo, e Maria Francesca Viapiana on the cultural heritage in the framework of planning strategies, a systematic literature review. The application of an overall literature review process that make possible to identify specific scientific trend, cluster, as well as some research gap, make possible to form the basis for guiding the author future research development. So their presentation was so strong, because at least from my point of view, because it's like a tools that we can use for understand where we can lead, where we can guide our research. As the example that they made, the example that they made actually was that they found out through their research that the increase in the study of impact of climate stress and cultural heritage, in one hand, there was an increase in these studies. In the other hand, there is a lack of dissemination of the practical solution to facilitate adaptation in the framework of pre-disaster planning strategy. So to know that there is a way, a tools that can help us to guide our research is really an important, from my point of view, is an important instrument that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. So, I don't know if the presenter are here, but congratulations. It was really a bright presentation. So, going to the second session, I asked Daniela Meyer to try to, to figure out which was the best presentation.
Thank you. I was really impressed by the presentation of Jana Peknikova from Slovakia with the contribution challenges of cultural landscape creation. And I really sustain this contribution because it underlines a delicate connection in her presentation and underlines the connection between the people and the memory of the city, and points out different types of values and interventions and the impact and importance of tradition and local spatial and cultural identity. I think it's a step forward, it's a delicate approach, and somehow anchors into the reality of the city she presented, but in the meantime gave us tools to interfere and analyze in our own context. So congratulations, and yeah, all the presentations were very good, and new fields and new approaches. But I think the one that Ms. Peknikova presented, in my opinion, was the best one today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree with you. I'm going Dr. Mashiko is not with us, so I'm going to the third session. And it said that the best presenter of the third session is Dr. Esposito. Is he here? Oriana, are you here? I hope that the presenter are still here. From Polytechnic of Bari with a paper entitled In a Multi-Risk Analysis to Integrate Disaster Risk Reduction in Urban Planning Practice in Historic Cities. The reason is that this analysis methodology can be applied to another historical center of Italian city, and the research results can have a stronger impact on pre-disaster planning practice for cultural heritage. So if Dr. Esposito is here, I congratulate with him for his presentation, and also as Dr. Pompisit is not here, the best paper for the fourth session is the one that was presented by Rosa De Paoli, Enrica Di Micheli, Francesca Giuliani, Alternative Risk Reduction Strategies, a comparison-based framework for Italian historical centers. And it's in the opinion of your chair, of the chair of the fourth session, is the most comprehensive one in terms of the topic, framework, finding, policy recommendation. So it covers, somehow it presents and it offers a wide perspective, and this is why is, in his opinion, one of the best. Both chairs told me the same as the other chairs, that quality and the contribution were really good, and it was difficult to pick up the one that was to be selected, but as I assigned them the task to do it, then they accomplish it, and I'm really thankful for that. So, as you know, we are going to publish the proceedings, so we will receive further information from us. Keep in mind that it will be peer review, so you have to keep the quality, etc., that you show in the presentation, also in your contribution. I would like, before to close, to thank deeply Maurizio Cironi, Federica Tomassoni. Are you here? Can you show up, Federica? Federica, okay, Federica, that was managing all the process. Maurizio, are you somewhere? Maurizio Cironi, who managed everything. And also, I think that we have, let's say, also Patrizia Montuori that helped in the organization of the work. And of course, my colleague Donato Di Ludovico that supported it. And of course, Professor De Berardinis that, kept this project even when I left, the department, and strongly supported me in going ahead with this project. And last but not least, after all of you, the chairs of the session that carry on a lot of work on analyzing abstract, my grateful thanks is to Laura Pistida.
Oh, yes.
Laura with Maurizio, she carried on all the hard work, sending emails, doing, the backstage work. Without her, probably we can't do a lot of things in this project, because she carried really a lot of the so-called backstage work. So thank you so much to everybody. I hope really that Donato and I, can I say that, Donato? We are thinking with the support also of my university, University of Sassari, and the University of L'Aquila, to go ahead and keep in touch. Stay tuned, because next year, Donato and I were going to organize another pre-disaster planning conference. So thank you to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully not online.
hopefully.
Thank you so much to oh, sorry. I don't know if you're still here. Professor Kanegae, are you here? Or are you looking to the
Olympic, the Olympic game, yeah.
Maybe sleeping time in Japan. But just another thing, 1st of September, there will be the second Invisible Reconstruction Conference in Kyoto that is chaired by Lucia Gunning, Professor Kanegae, and myself. So we have a chance to network. I hope that we'll still network in the future. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye to all.